A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. In his cell in the state penitentiary, Mary's husband, Max Sanders, eagerly reads a letter from Mary, cherishing every word as he slowly studies the closely written page.
Max, dearest, I promised you when you went away that your absence wasn't going to take you out of our lives, and that everything that happened here would be told to you every day by letter. It's about 11 o'clock at night now. You can imagine the fire beginning to go out in the fireplace. You should imagine. Doc Benson stopped in for a few minutes about 3 hours ago. Let's start at the beginning. That's cute. Yeah, that's a good place to start. I wrote you last night about Laura Barton coming to stay with Danny and Phyllis to take care of Phyllis and the baby. She's so anxious to be helpful. Daddy didn't know anything about it, so this morning I went over to the hotel to talk to Daddy. He wasn't at the desk, so I rang the bell a few times, shouting for service the way we always do.
Danny Stafford! Frontier service!
Oh, all right. Don't rush me. Oh, hello, Mary. What do you know it's good?
Well, what do you know first?
You want to have a try at talking about the weather?
No. Have you talked to Danny yet?
Him? He's home in bed pounding his ear. Why, what's Danny got to fiddle?
Oh, Danny hasn't told you anything.
Told me what? What's happened now?
Laura Barton's coming to live with Danny and Phyllis.
Well, that's nice. Laura's a nice girl, but coming to live with Danny and Phyllis, why?
Why not? Phyllis needs regular massages and treatment if she's ever to get out of that wheelchair. There ought to be someone to get up at night if the baby's crying. Phyllis surely can't, and you know how Danny sleeps. Laura can be a lot of help around the place. She can even hasten Phyllis' recovery. Now, why shouldn't she come?
Oh, I don't say she shouldn't. I didn't say that at all.
Well, what do you think?
Well, Laura's a pretty little girl, Mary.
Laura's a pretty big girl, Daddy. She's a woman. I didn't know what to say when she told me her plans, but apparently Danny and Phyllis had approved of the idea already, so there wasn't much I could do except agree.
From which I take it that you ain't as keen as horseradish about it.
No, not quite that.
I thought I'd get you to say it first. Nothing like knowing the drift of the wind before trimming your sails.
And then you don't approve of it either.
Well, I wasn't shooting blanks when I said that Laura was a pretty girl. She's pretty. Phyllis is an invalid, and Danny's young.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
Young fella in Danny's position is a roving eye, and who's to take issue with nature, which says it's natural?
Well, Danny and Phyllis have been so happy together, even in spite of her being invalid, and I'm always afraid that something might happen to spoil her. That's why I hesitated a little yesterday. Max thinks so much of Phyllis. He wants so much for her to recover. I wouldn't want him to worry about this thing even a little.
You don't have to tell him about it, do you?
Oh, yes, Daddy. I promised I'd tell him something about everything. Of course, I could tell him about Laura and Danny and Phyllis.
Laura Barton is so gay and full of life, and I'm sure she'll have a fine effect on Phyllis' state of mind, which means so much to her recovery. Yeah, I'm sure she will. When Laura made her generous offer, I was delighted. We're all so happy about it. It's just like Mary. Now Phyllis will have regular care, and Danny won't have to worry about her. Mr. Barton went over to see how Laura was getting on in her new job, and then he came over here for a while. He was feeling in fine spirits about it.
I've just been over to see how Laura's doing, Mary. I thought I'd stop in for a moment here.
And how is Laura doing, Mr. Barton?
Let's let Laura alone for a while. I want to talk about you.
Oh, has something happened?
I told you the other day that the mill hands were getting to resent you, on account of Max and all that. Well, I thought I'd better check up when you hinted maybe Gerald Truth was making it all up.
Well?
I had a long talk with Bill Brown at the mill. He says it's true, Mary.
The mill hands resent me?
Bill Brown's trying to make him forget it. But he sort of allowed maybe it'd be better if you... Well, what we spoke of yesterday.
You mean better for me to leave town and give up Max's stock in the Sanders interest?
We thought it over. We figured you'd be a lot happier then.
Mr. Barton, I told you that when I became convinced that the town felt that way about it, I'd give up the fight, no matter what it meant to me and Max. I don't want to be the cause of trouble and suffering in Sanders, and if it's going to cause a clash between you and the mill and throw people out of work, why,
Well, now, I thought about that, Mary. And I came to the conclusion that if you want to stay and fight it out, then good for you, do it. Only, well, to keep things quiet in town, I'd have to be careful about seeming to support you against the town.
Yes, I see, Mr. Barton.
I'll do whatever I can, but I'm afraid I can't do much from now on. I hope you understand my position.
Of course I do, Mr. Barton. You're kind in seeing a way to let me stay on, because I owe it to Max to stay here, to save his stock and hold his thing.
You know how we all wondered at the time of the trial how the mill people would take it. You know, as the mill goes, so goes Sam. We were afraid that they'd turn against us. We even thought that Mr. Barton's factory, which is so dependent upon the mill, might suffer if Mr. Barton continued to defend us. And we worried about people being thrown out of work if the factory failed. Yes, that's right, Mary. We sure did worry, didn't we? Well, just as the old saying has it, don't worry, it never happens. The people are as sweet as they can be about the whole thing, and most of them doubt very much that you had a fair trial. They believe in you. Boy, that's a load off my mind. It makes me think everything is really for the best, and that you'll come home in less than a year now. Bigger hero in town than ever before. That's it, sweet, too. Bigger hero in town than ever before. Dr. Benson, as I told you, stopped in around 8 this evening. I fed him some tea and muffins and weak acid. He wasn't very interesting, I'm sorry to say, and I chased him home early, told him to come back when he really had me.
You sure you won't have a cup of tea, John? Wait just a minute.
No. There's something besides tea and cakes on my mind, Mary. I'm worried. I spoke to Gerald Proof not more than an hour ago. Can't figure out what he's up to now.
He's still angry because I didn't sell out Max's stock in the Sanders interest. He wouldn't try to hurt you because you're loyal to us.
I don't know, Mary.
But you spoke to him.
Yeah, and he didn't say anything I could put a finger on. Just mentioned Merlin Davis vaguely, and made passes in the air, and mumbled a little more, and told me he wants to talk to me very seriously.
Well, didn't he say why?
No. But Merlin Davis, being board member for the Sanders interest, took a lot of ice to the directors at my clinic.
Oh, Gerald Proof, would he dare to? Or would he?
I wouldn't put anything past Gerald Proof when he wants a thing badly enough. Mary, I'm sure Proof is planning to make some kind of proposition to me. Something like, give up your friendship for Mary Sothern, or else. I won't know for sure until I talk to her.
See, darling, how things have quieted down after all the excitement. Things are back to normal, and we've all settled down to wait for the happy day when you'll be coming back to us to take the old town by storm. Laura just called to say that she loves her work and says hello to you. Same Danny, same Phyllis, ditto the twins. Oh, I wish I could see those little guys. Twins. They're sleeping like angels. Take good care of yourself. Get plenty of sunshine during your exercise periods. Don't worry about anything and come back to us happy and safe. The last log just burned out, so good night, sweetheart. Good night. Forever. Mary. Gee, she's swell. And am I glad things are working out so nice for her. Good night, Mary.
poor Max. If you only knew the truth. If you only knew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the start of the program, Our Miss Brooks, brought to you, usually at this time, sponsored by the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, is being delayed momentarily due to technical difficulties beyond our control. In the meantime, we offer you Organ Melodies by Dick Orant. And now, Dick Orant offers Strike Up the Band. Ladies and gentlemen, we have brought you Organ Melodies by Dick Orant. We've delayed the start of our Miss Brooks program, brought to you by the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company. But now, technical difficulties being restored, we take you to our Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mrs. Davis, something pretty important's come up that I've got to discuss with Mr. Boynton. I'm meeting him at the zoo right now. Tell you all about it when I come back. Goodbye.
Oh, Connie, you left a couple of letters on your dresser. Huh. She must be in a hurry. She didn't even open her mail, except this one. Dear Miss Brooks, as principal of Sunnydale Finishing School, I shouldn't be reading Connie's mail. I'll get on with my vacuuming. First, I'll get this corner here. Still, it's pretty dirty over by that dresser. As principal of Sunnydale Finishing School, I hereby acknowledge your application for a position. Oh, I'm terrible. I better get over to the other side of the room. Still pretty dirty around Connie's dresser. Application for a position as an English teacher at our school. This is to inform you. Oh, I better shut this thing off. I can hardly hear what I'm reading. This is to inform you that we have an opening at Sunnydale, and we're looking forward to a personal interview. Very truly yours, Jonathan F. Margaret Davis, don't you dare read another word of this letter. No wonder Connie was so excited. Sunnydale is one of the most exclusive schools in the country. But that would mean her leaving Madison High. Oh, this is awful. I better phone Osgood Conklin. As principal of Madison High School, he ought to know about this.
Hello?
Hello. Martha, this is Margaret Davis.
Oh, hello, Margaret. How are you on this fine day after Thanksgiving?
Well, frankly, Martha, I'm a little upset.
Well, so is Osgood. He ate himself into a coma yesterday.
Oh, then maybe you better not tell him today.
Tell him what?
That our Miss Brooks may be leaving Madison High to take a position at Sunnydale Finishing School.
Sunnydale Finishing School? How do you know, Margaret? Did Miss Brooks tell you?
Not exactly, but I got it from the principal of Sunnydale himself, Jonathan F.
Jonathan F. who?
Hold the wire a minute. Byers. Jonathan F. Byers.
Is he there now?
Yes, right on Miss Brooks' dresser. Martha, look. You've got to promise me you'll never breathe a word of this to Miss Brooks or anyone else.
Oh, I promise, Margaret.
Yes. Just by accident, I just happened to read a letter that was lying on Miss Brooks' dresser.
By accident, Margaret?
Yes, I just happened to have my glasses on. But what are we going to do, Martha? We can't let Miss Brooks leave Madison.
No, we certainly can't. Tell you what, Margaret, I'll talk this over with my daughter Harriet and call you back later.
All right, and remember, you promised not to mention a word about my reading Miss Brooks' mail.
Oh, of course, my dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I hope they'll be able to think of some way to keep her here. Oh, hello, Minerva. I'll get you some milk in a minute, dear. Now, Minerva. Better stop licking your paw. You know what it does to you.
You, Miss Brooks. Here I am, over here by these birds.
Oh, of course, Mr. Boynton. I thought you were a little tall for a pelican.
It was nice of you to meet me. How'd you get over here so quickly?
It was simple. I dressed on the way over. But now that I'm here, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, perhaps we'd better sit down while I tell you. Here's a bench under this tree.
Fine.
There. You comfortable?
Perfectly.
Miss Brooks,
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Well, you must forgive me if I seem overexcited, but frankly, I never thought this day would come.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Well, before it goes, why didn't you think it would ever come?
Because of the things that have happened in the past, or rather because of the things that haven't happened in the past.
Those are the ones that bother me, too.
You realize, of course, I'm referring to the migratory habits of the Arctic grackle.
Oh, I realized that a long time ago. I just didn't want to let on.
This is the first time a grackle has ever been south of the Canadian border.
Maybe he was waiting till after the election.
I knew that something was afoot when I looked out of my window this morning and saw a black and blue bullfinch.
What happened to him? Get caught in a badminton game?
The movements of the grackle can be very accurately charted by closely observing the bullfinch, since they are, in the truest sense of the word, full cousins to the mottled thrush.
Where did he come from?
Hudson Bay. And almost all of these species of bird like to lay their eggs in a soft, downy nest amid quiet surroundings. That's why I sent for you, Miss Brooks.
Good. I'll take my hat off and keep my mouth shut.
I know this sounds terribly involved, but actually it's quite simple. You see, my uncle's farm in Boonville is a perfect nesting ground for both bullfinch and thrush.
How does your aunt feel about that?
Well, they both love birds. They've built a sanctuary for them, and I have an idea that if I get right up there, I may stumble into some grackle eggs.
Sounds like fun if you don't mind albumin on your Oxfords.
That's why I asked you to meet me, to say goodbye.
Goodbye? But, Mr. Boynton, haven't you heard the old saying? 2 grackle hunters are better than 1?
Oh, but you couldn't come along with me. It's a 10-hour drive to Boonville, and we'd have to stay overnight.
Oh, but we'd certainly be well chaperoned, what with your aunt and uncle and all those bullfinches.
Yes, they did have 600 of them up there last year, but I don't know, Miss Brooks. Even with the chaperones, you know how people talk, and unless we didn't say anything about it, but even then they might find out, although we'd only be gone a couple of days. Still, if the rumor got around that we were... Of course, we wouldn't be. But then there are those who might... Oh, but how could they? What do you think, Miss Brooks?
Why should I butt in? Decide among yourselves.
Well, it is kind of a long trip to make alone. Maybe you're right, Miss Brooks. Why, with the 2 of us traveling together, time will fly. We can chat together, eat together,
yes,
and
Mr.
pay for the gas together. I still insist that no one should hear about it, though. For the sake of both our reputations, absolute secrecy is essential. Not a word of this must cross our lips. Can I depend on you not to divulge our plans to a living soul? On your honor, Miss Brooks?
Get out your penknife and let's exchange blood.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Attention, ladies. Regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap alone, the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some had dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's the plan doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But leading skin specialists prove this way, using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap as these doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Last night on the CBS Sing It Again program, you were promised an additional clue to the Phantom Voice and the $24,000 prize. Here it is. The Phantom is a famous ghost who galloped far from post to post. Yes, there's the clue for the $24,000 prize on the CBS Sing It Again program on Saturday night. The clue again, the Phantom is a famous ghost who galloped far from post to post. And now, as she quietly prepares for a weekend in the country, our Miss Brooks is blissfully unaware of the furor caused by the 5-year-old letter which she left on her dresser. Let's look in now on Martha Conklin as she discusses the situation with her daughter, Harriet.
So you see, Harriet, it looks very much like your favorite teacher will soon be leaving Madison High.
Oh, that's terrible, Mother. Have you told Daddy about it yet?
Not yet, Harriet. I'm waiting until he recovers from his Thanksgiving dinner. You know how upset he gets when we mention the shortage of teachers.
Oh, yes. Golly, Mother, he's been lying over there on the couch for hours. Do you think he's all right?
Oh, of course he's all right. He's just sleeping. Aren't you, Osgood? I say, aren't you just sleeping, Osgood?
What? No. Take it away. Take it. Oh. I guess I was having a nightmare.
A nightmare, Daddy?
Yes, I dreamt I was still eating. I swear I don't know how those pilgrims did it.
Did what, Osgood?
Ate all that turkey and fought Indians besides.
I'm surprised at you, Daddy. That's not the real Thanksgiving spirit.
A lot I've got to be thankful for.
Well, you've got us, Daddy. Mother and me.
Yes. I've got you all right. I've also got the school. A school full of overcrowded classrooms and a horde of unreasonable teachers constantly screaming for a living wage.
Now, Osgood, don't work yourself up into a stew.
Oh, please, Mom. Don't even mention words like that.
You haven't got the right attitude, Daddy. Nowadays, if you can hang on to the good teachers you've got, anything else you get is gravy.
Please. Not you, too.
Maybe we ought to go out and let your father sleep a while longer, Harry.
Yes, that's a splendid suggestion, Martha. Oh, this couch feels good.
Oh, I'll get it. Coming. Oh, hello, Walter. Come on in. It's Walter Denton, Mother.
Hiya, Harriet. Hello, Mrs. Conklin.
Hello, Walter.
And how are you, Mr. Conklin? You certainly look peaceful.
I was, Denton.
Did you finish your lunch, Harriet? I just finished mine. We had plenty of turkey left over from yesterday, and I just ate the part that went over the...
Oh, no! Harriet, take him out of here!
What's the matter with your father, Harriet? Doesn't he feel good?
Not too good, Walter. Let's go into the other room.
Okay. I hope you feel better, Mr. Conklin. I guess it was a mistake to hash over Thanksgiving again.
Come on out in the kitchen, Walter. There's something we want to tell you.
Guess what, Walter? Miss Brooks is leaving Madison High.
What? How do you know, Harriet?
Mother found out from Mrs. Davis.
Mrs. Davis? But how does she know?
We can't repeat that, Walter.
Repeat what?
That Mrs. Davis read a letter Miss Brooks left on her dresser. It was a letter offering her a position at Sunnydale Finishing School.
Sunnydale? But that's 500 miles from here. Oh, we've got to do something. Maybe we can cook up some kind of a scheme to make her stay. I know. We'll pretend I've become a delinquent.
But do you think it'll work?
It's got to work. Have you told Mr. Conklin about this?
Not yet.
We didn't want to upset him.
Well, he'll find out sooner or later, and there's no sense in waiting until it's too late. Somebody ought to tell him right away.
I agree. Don't you, Mother?
Yes, Harriet, I do. Somebody ought to tell him.
Walter, don't look at me. If I go in there now, you'll bite my head off.
Don't be silly, Walter. Mr. Conklin won't eat anything for 2 more days.
Connie.
Oh, I'm kind of busy right now, Mrs. Davis. She would come around just when I'm packing. Well, come on in.
Why, Connie, you're going away.
No, Mrs. Davis, I'm not going away.
Then why are you packing that bag?
I'm going away, Mrs. Davis.
I'm surprised at you, Constance, leaving town without even saying goodbye. And after we've been so close.
Oh, please don't feel that way, Mrs. Davis. I just didn't want to discuss it right now. You see, I have a lot of things to do.
Oh, I don't want anybody to see me like this. You answer the door, Connie. I'm going into the kitchen and make some tea.
All right, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I've just got to talk to you for a minute.
Come in, Harriet. Let's sit here in the living room. I can't stay very long, but
Then it's true. You are leaving town.
Leaving town? How did you know, Harriet?
What's the difference? I know.
and I realized it might be a pretty good opportunity for you.
Pretty good. With half a break from the grackle, it's perfect. Oh, look, Harriet, I appreciate your interest, but I think I have to make my own decision in a matter like this.
Oh, I know it seems attractive now, but later on you'll regret it.
Well, I'll have to take my chances on that.
Well, if you won't consider yourself, consider the ones who care for you. Think of Walter Denton.
Is that a must?
He's going to pieces. His parents, me, nobody can do anything with him. You've got to straighten him out, Miss Brooks.
What in the world are you talking about, Harriet?
It's the career he's decided upon. Walter's been reading a big book lately about the Treasury Department and counterfeiters and...
Well, that's nothing to be alarmed about. Every boy his age wants to be a T-man or a G-man or some kind of a letter man.
But he doesn't want to be a T-man. He wants to be a counterfeiter.
Counterfeiter? Oh, I'll get it. Hello, Walter. Come in.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. I'm glad I nailed you before you took it on the lamb. Let's ankle into the living room. Oh, hello, Harriet. How's my little Confederate-to-be, huh?
See, Miss Brooks, see how funny he acts?
What is all this nonsense, Walter?
What do you mean nonsense? I'm making money hand over fist. The only trouble is scratching the green goods ain't enough.
It ain't?
Nah. You gotta get a good queer shover to help you pass the boodle.
Queer shover?
A paper hanger. You know, snide pitcher. You can have the best cognacer in the world make your slush, but if you ain't got a top build poster to push the flash, you might as well slough the screwy and scramble for the McCoy.
Yes, but if I could find my way back alone, I'd leave now.
You've got to do something, Miss Brooks. Walter wasn't cut out for a life of crime.
Oh, now listen, you two. I don't know what's behind all this, but this is...
Oh, it's simple. When you get to where you're going, I'll send you a few stacks of hot to shove.
I don't want to shove no hot. I mean... I wish somebody would tell me what's coming. It's a good thing I never built a better mousetrap.
Good afternoon, Miss Brooks.
Why, it's Mr. Mousetrap. I mean, Mr. Conklin. Come on in.
Who is that, Connie?
It's Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Osgood. I was just making some tea, but you know what they say. A watched pot never boils.
Hello, Margaret. Now then, Miss Brooks, I'll be brief. I know that you're leaving town.
You two? Somebody must be reading my mail.
On second thought, I'd better go back and watch that pot.
Miss Brooks, I think I can say without fear of contradiction that I know how to run a school as well as any principal in the country.
Well, I guess you do, Mr. Conklin.
That's why I'm here, to ask you to reconsider this proposition you've had.
Proposition?
Yes. I can offer you anything he can.
What would Mrs. Conklin say if she knew you were talking this way?
She's all for it.
What?
And so's my daughter, Harriet.
Oh, now, please, Mr. Conklin. I've had a rather puzzling day so far, but this is... It just happens that your daughter's in the living room now. I think we'd better go in there.
I'll be glad to. Now, hello, Harriet. Walter.
Hi,
Hello,
Daddy.
Mr. Conklin.
I'm awfully glad you decided to put your pride in your pocket and come over here. Did you ask her yet?
Yes, Harriet, I did. The rest is up to Miss Brooks.
Don't go away, anybody. I'll punch your transfers when I get back. Mr. Boynton.
Yes, Miss Brooks, it's I. May I come in?
Oh, of course. I've still got a single in the mezzanine. But I can't help wondering, what happened to that oath of secrecy we took?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. I thought you weren't going to tell anybody about our trip to my uncle's place.
I didn't say a word about it.
You didn't?
No.
Why, I've never seen so many wagging tongues in all my life.
You think you've seen wagging tongues? My living room looks like a delicatessen.
I just don't understand. Oh, hello, folks.
Hiya, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Boynton. Maybe you can help get Miss Brooks to change her mind.
Well, I don't wish to appear insubordinate, sir, but frankly, I thought the trip might do us both a lot of good.
Both? Don't tell me you're leaving, too. Pretty soon there'll be no faculty left at Madison High whatsoever. We might as well all go.
I don't think his uncle and aunt have room for you all. Besides, Mr. Conklin, I think where I go and what I do is nobody's business but my own.
And I say it is our business. Why you should want to go traipsing off to Sunnydale Finishing School is beyond me.
Sunnydale Finishing School?
Of course. Now, there's no sense in beating about the bush. Mrs. Davis read the letter you left on your dresser this morning, and we know you've been offered a job there.
Oh, that letter.
Yeah.
Why, that's over 5 years old, Mr. Conklin. I turned that job down long ago.
Oh, I'm so happy, Miss Brooks.
Hooray! Now I can go straight.
But then what were we talking about? You, Mr. Boynton, why did Miss Brooks, just where were you and Mr. Boynton going together?
That, Mr. Conklin, is a secret between Mr. Boynton, myself, and 600 bullfinches.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after everyone found out about our plans, Mr. Boynton naturally called off the expedition. But things weren't a total loss, because Saturday afternoon he took me back to the zoo, and we sat by the aviary once again.
You know, Miss Brooks, even though our trip didn't work out, I was very gratified to learn of your interest in birds and wildlife in general.
Yes, I'm a great bird for wildlife.
Well, since this common interest of ours has brought us so much closer together, there's something else I want to tell you, Miss Brooks. Something I think you ought to know.
What's that, Mr. Boynton?
There's a pelican here who holds 18 pounds of fish in his beak.
What's he waiting for, the price to go up?
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate Tooth Powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes, morning and night, with Colgate Tooth Powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate Tooth Powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate Tooth Powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Stay tuned now for Lum and Abner. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting Agency.
WEAF, New York. pack of Avalon cigarettes, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, just a moment, sir. Don't forget your change. You'd never guess that Avalon's cost you less.
So why not always travel on with
Good evening, friends. This is Del King lifting the cellophane curtain on another half hour of Avalon Time with Red Foley, Jeanette, the Avalon Chorus, and Bob Strong and his orchestra. And the only man in radio with patch pockets and pants to match, Red Skelton.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, Del, there's no patches in my pants. That's a shadow.
That's the first shadow I ever saw with a seam.
Good old Del King. Half man, half mustache.
Hey, Skelton.
Yes, Mike.
Are you a college boy or did a horse step on your hat?
Listen, microphone, you better be good or you won't go to heaven.
I'd just as soon go where you're going.
How do you know that's where I'm going?
You own the place.
Yeah. What makes you think I own the place?
At rehearsal, I heard the sponsor giving it to you.
You don't bother me, microphone. I just got back from Louisville where I paid a visit at the Kentucky Derby. What I mean paid. But I really had a lot of fun down there. You should have seen me. I wore a high silk hat, white spats, a frock tail coat, and for a novelty, I wore shoes. I was with Mr. Avalon, our sponsor. He'd tell a joke, and I'd laugh, and I'd tell a joke. And he'd tell a joke, and I'd laugh, and I'd tell a joke. The sponsor really liked me, though. He really did. He invited me over to his private box and let me run errands all afternoon. I love horses, though. I have a horse called Dictator. He thinks he's a thoroughbred, but he's a big jackass. This horse of mine is really a lovely horse to ride, but he's so skinny. I ride him 3 miles, and I'm knock-kneed for 3 weeks. But down at the race this year, they had some lovely horses, and do I pick them? I pick horses' names out of a hat, plug hat. I picked one winner out of the whole race. That horse was so long, he came in first, second, and third. The next race, I lost the money that I won. I had a hunch that horse would lose. When the horse I picked jumped over the fence, borrowed my newspaper, and started reading the one ads to the jockey. That horse was so old that after the race, a milk wagon chased him for 3 blocks. But the next race, I really picked a Lulu. That horse was slow. I should have known that horse was slow the minute the jockey came out dressed in a nightgown. And what a bad loser that horse was. No, after the race, he walked over to the winner and he says, "Hey, you, we'll settle this out in the alley." But on the way home, I found out why they say racing is the sport of kings. Pop told Mom how much he lost, and she crowned him. Well, I think I've been trotting around the track long enough, so I'll turn the track over to Red Foley from the hair, the same color. And he's got those funny old hills to smooth out. Take it over, fella. Weather's clear, track's fast. There you are.
I'm happy on the prairie all the day, singing lay-lee-o-lay. And the funny old hills sing back to say, lay-lee-o-lay-lee-o-lay-lee-o-lay. Down far away. I love the foothills beyond the plain. They love to echo my lone refrain. I'm happy on the prairie all the day, singing lay-lee-o-lay. And the funny old hills sing back to say, lay-lee-o, 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 lay.
bound for away. I got no gal, I got no pal to keep me company. Only got the funny old hills singing along with me. But I'm happy and it's there I long to stay, singing lily-o-lay. While the funny old hills sing back to say, lily-o-lay-o-lay-o-lay. Bound for away, bound for away, bound for away.
That was swell, Red Foley. And now for a point in economy, Del King for Avalon.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you make a purchase and find out later you could have bought the same identical quality for less money, well, you feel that you've been taken advantage of, don't you? Well, friends, don't let this happen to you on your cigarette purchases. When you can get highest quality in Avalon cigarettes for 3 to 5 cents less per pack than other popular price brands, why pay more? Why don't you give yourself the benefit of that saving? And I'm not just talking about pennies, because that difference on every pack of cigarettes you smoke turns into many, many dollars in a very short time. Yes, Avalons cost you 3 to 5 cents less, but you'd never guess they cost you less. 100% union-made from a matchless blend of choice Turkish and domestic tobaccos, they have a quality equal to or better than any cigarettes you've ever smoked, regardless of price, regardless of brand. You have so much to gain in Avalon. Highest quality, exceptional economy, they're certainly worth a trial. Why not try a pack tonight?
That was Bob Strong, the boys playing, and the Angels Sing. And this is Red Skelton coming from Chicago.
A bag of wind from the Windy City.
Oh, hello, Miss Stillwell. My goodness, I'm glad to see you. Hey, you look nice, and I like your evening gown. It's kind of skimpy, though.
Well, what's wrong with it? It's the latest thing.
Late? I'd say it hasn't even arrived yet.
I think Edna's gown looks pretty nice from what I can see.
And you can see plenty.
Well, listen to the Cinderella man talking.
Cinderella man? Does he have to be back someplace by 12 o'clock?
No, but that full dress suit does.
I thought that was a rented suit.
It is not. The man's let me wear it for nothing. All I have to do is press a button every 2 minutes, and the shirt front lights up and says, Ginsburg's Credit Store.
Well, the pants are awful droopy. Why don't you buy a belt?
Why should I support my pants? They never did anything for me. That's the phone. I'll take it. Hello? Hello. This is the Ripley program. No, it's not the Ripley program. Why? Well, I got something that's sensational. 2 rats are fighting in my room. You got what? You got... did you hear me? Yeah, I heard you, but I lost my place in the script. What's so remarkable about 2 rats fighting in a room? They're wearing boxing gloves. Don't let that guy in Cincinnati. Who's at the door?
Well, ain't Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Hercules, come in. See, I bet you've been hanging around the main part of Chicago all day. You got a big loop under each eye. Say, where have you been, Herky?
Oh, I've been out gawking at everything. And when I got home, I was too tired to even iron out a few things.
Why don't you send your stuff to the laundry?
Well, I don't think there's any laundries in Chicago, Mr. Skelton.
Why?
Well, I read something about the rain washes out Chicago socks.
On your sightseeing tour, did you see the Wrigley building, Herky?
Oh, yes, I did, Miss Stillwell. But, you know, I think it's a fake. Why, I stood there 3 hours and it didn't wriggle an inch.
What have you got a pencil and pad for, Herky?
Oh, I'm a newspaper reporter.
Yeah?
And they sent me down here to interview you.
Oh.
It'll be a good publicity stunt.
Oh, I don't care much about publicity.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, let go of my coattails.
Have you interviewed many people, Herky?
Oh, I'll say I have. Why, I just interviewed a big meat packer who's getting a divorce because his wife talks too much.
Yeah.
And what a headline that'll make. Meat packer cans tongue. Well, so long, Mr. Skelton. I'm out to get another scoop before somebody steals my shovel.
Good old Herky. What a newspaper man. He probably thinks the free press is valet service on the house. Hi there, Skelton. Oh, hiya there, Red Foley. Say, how do you find Chicago?
Oh, that's easy. I just get off the train where the sign says vote for Kelly.
Did you see me down at the station? There's a big delegation there to meet me.
Hey, did they give you the key to the city?
No, they gave him a one-way ticket to Vincennes.
They did not. One guy took my picture.
Yeah, and another guy took his fingerprint.
Yeah.
Say, where will I find the Corn Exchange building? Is this it?
Uh-oh, there's a gag coming that ain't in here. What? Well, here I come, Mr. Bones. What makes you think this is the Corn Exchange building?
Well, I see 2 grain brokers out in the audience bidding for this script.
How about that? That guy Foley's gone out and got himself a writer. Who is it, Jenny Baker? Huh? Go ahead.
Say, Skelton, are you going to stay in my room again tonight?
Well, I was planning on it.
It's a 5-year plan if I ever heard one.
Hey, Skelton.
Yeah, what is it, Duff?
You haven't met Bob Strong.
No, I've been looking him over, though. He don't look so strong to me.
Again. Oh, no. Well, you ought to see him tear through a telephone book with his bare hands.
Well, that's nothing. You ought to see Skelton tear through the Grand Central Station with his bare feet.
Well, bring him over here.
Okay, Red, but first I want to tip you off about him. He's quite the man about town, a devil with the ladies and all that sort of stuff,
Yeah.
so be prepared.
Well, what do I look like, a country bumpkin? And don't yes me.
Bob Strong, come on over and meet Red Skelton.
Hi, Skelton.
Hiya, Bob.
Hey, what part of the comedy did I take over?
Well, what part of the family did you take over? What do you mean?
Well, Fred Allen has Van Steeden. Jack Benny has Phil Harris. Now, you need my help. You're slipping.
Slipping? I ain't been anywhere yet.
Gee whiz. Well, I just thought I'd tip you off, Skelton. You're in Chicago now.
Oh, put me wise, huh? You don't have to start that stuff with me, brother. It ain't my first time to a big city.
Oh, no? Skelton got off the train, took one look at a skyscraper, and yelled, "Timber!"
Well, by the way, Miss Stillwell, I want you to meet Mr. Strong.
Hello, Edna.
Hello, Bob.
Oh, well, you don't have to be so formal.
Hey, you like to play games? Edna?
Oh, yes. I love them.
Funny you don't like to play games with me.
Mr. Nickel, I can kiss you without touching you.
I'll bet you can't.
Bet you niggle you and kiss without touching. Ah, that's an old gag. She knows it. Everybody knows that gag. So he's going to say, oh, what are you kicking me in the shins for? Gee, I just thought you knew it, and he looks tired. Been standing over a hot orchestra all day, and...
Who's playing this game anyway?
Go
ahead, Bob. Let's see you do it.
Okay, here it comes.
Oh. But you touched me.
That's right. Here's your nickel.
Now, I knew you knew that gag. Going around kissing everybody. You don't play games. I play the same game. I'll bet you I can kiss you without touching you.
Okay, put up the $100.
Oh, it's enough of that silly business. Play some music. Say, Jeanette, how about singing Heaven Can Wait, will you, honey?
Can wait, this is paradise, just being here with you and breathing the air you do. Heaven can wait, darling, it's true. This is paradise, gazing at all your charms. It's heavenly in your arms. Heaven can wait. You must be an angel on a visit from the sky. Now I look at heaven when I look into your eyes. Heaven can wait. This is paradise, loving the way we do. Until I go there with you, heaven can wait. You must be an angel on a visit from the sky. Now I look at heaven when I look into your eyes. Heaven can wait. This is paradise, loving the way we do. Until I go there with you, heaven can wait.
That was Jeanette singing Heaven Can Wait. Next week, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette, yes.
Red, pardon me just a minute, but here's where I take over for Avalon.
Hey, wait a minute, why should the announcer be the only one to handle a commercial?
Yeah, why don't you let me sing one?
Yeah.
I've got a poem.
Well, wait a minute, we haven't got time for both. Tell you what I'll do. I'll toss the coin. The winner gets to do what he wants. Toss the coin.
Oh, wait a minute, Red. I noticed you're tossing a cent. You know, Avalon's cost 3 to 5 cents less than other popular price brands.
Stop horning in, Dale. You'll get a read an announcement. Here, now, wait a minute. There you are, Mr. Well, you win. Home. Go ahead.
Okay, here goes. Oh, Avalon cigarettes sure are peachy. I like Avalon and Donna Michi.
Oh, they'll love this in Louisville.
Choice Turkish and domestic tobaccos blended. I'll bet you think this poem is ended.
Yeah, I bet I know it has. Take over, Del.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm not through. A smoke so smooth, so mild, and so fine. Oh, Avalon, Avalon, you are divine. And 3 to 5 cents less. Oh, yes. You'd never guess they cost you less. So why don't all of us, next time left, ask for Avalon cigarettes?
Boy, you made that last one rhyme the hard way, didn't you?
And don't forget your change.
That was very good. Say, you know what? We should always have a rhyme on this program because rhyme rhymes with Avalon.
Yeah, like, your hair is tawny, and are you corny?
Now, if you two don't stop, I'll call me a cop. Oh, shucks, you got me doing it.
Oh, wait, well, we can't keep this up by all that's holy. I think I'll call upon Red Foley. Look, get us out of here, will you, Foley? We're high as a kite. What are you going to say?
Red skies in the night.
Yeah, sing it, boy.
Shadows are falling, peace at eventide, and I am recalling when you were by my side. Red skies in the night are a shepherd's delight. Red skies in the night bring a vision of you. Alone by a stream where the meadows are green. All I do is dream when the long day is through. While your sheep are straying, you keep calling her name, and my heart keeps saying, I'll come back again. Oh, shepherds in love, yet I'm lonely and blue. Red skies in the night bring a vision of you. Bring a vision of
That was nice going there, Red Foley, with Red Skies in the Night. And now for one of our Gaga Sagas, one of Skelton's ancestors, Napoleon Bonaparte Skelton. Say, Del, you set the scene for Napoleon while I round up the cast.
Okay, Red.
Okay. Foxtrot, go ahead. What's new?
It was in the spring of 1814 that Napoleon was exiled to the island of Elba. After 10 long months, he returned to France, where once again he marched at the head of his triumphant legion. As the scene opens, we find Napoleon Skelton and his wife, the Empress Josephine. The time, the fateful day of June the 18th, 1815. The place, Waterloo.
Napoleon, you're driving me insane. You haven't spoken for an hour. Why do you keep standing there with your hand in your pocket? Your coat.
Sometimes it helps me relax. Sometimes it helps me to think. But this time I've lost a button off my shorts. I loaned it to the general for a game of tiddlywink.
The Countess of Valeska to see Napoleon.
Say, that accent. You must be from South France. Uh-oh. Josephine, there's something I must tell you. The Countess is in love with me.
Why?
Well, maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a big man.
Big? Well, you're so short the seat of your pants leaves footprints.
Josephine, you forget my rank.
I could never forget your rank.
Sacre bleu. Well?
Well, I tell the counters, Nappy.
Nappy? Listen, you call me Nappy again and Nappy slappy till happy. Show the countess up.
Just bring her in. I'll show her up.
That's right, Blue.
Napoleon, as your empress, I'm asking you not to see that woman again. And as your wife, I'm telling you.
Oh, if I get to Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu. Sacre bleu. Can't you say anything but sacre bleu?
Sacre purple? I was much happier in Elba. After the war, I think I'll leave, Frank.
From what I hear, I know you will.
I wonder why the English don't attack. General Viceroy, bring me my war maps. I must plan an attack.
Here are all your war maps, liar.
The word fire, that's a misprint. Now we'll attack from the right and we'll open fire in the center. We can't fail. That's the way Caesar won his battle.
Copycat?
I am not.
Napoleon, have you any plan to combat the fact that the English don't fire till they see the whites of the enemy's eyes?
Well, let me see. I got it. Have our men to fight blindfolded.
You are truly a genius, Napoleon.
Oh, no.
La belle France! Oh. La belle France! Please. La belle France!
But maybe I am slipping. I thought I'd get through the battle.
Duke of Wellington approaches by himself. Nappy?
Yeah.
I wonder what the Duke of Wellington wants.
I don't know. He probably wants the truce, the whole truce, and nothing but the truce. Here he comes. Well, Wellington.
Cheerio, Napoleon. I say, don't bother to get up, old tomato.
Yeah. What do you mean, don't bother to get up? I'm standing. Don't be misled just because I'm short. Precious things come in small packages.
Yeah, so does poison.
Yeah.
I say, as commander of the British forces, old boy, I'm asking you to chuck it all. Give it up, you know. Go back to your knitting. What?
Will you have some tea, Monsieur le Duc?
Oh, thank you.
Will you have tea with lemon?
Oh, I'll drink with anybody.
Yeah.
Now about this forthcoming battle, old bean. You know it's an impossible task. Run, go, and all that. There's no chance for you. Got you cornered. What?
Wait, you're asking me or telling me? What kind of talk is that, anyway?
Here's the tea and crumpets. Want me for anything else, Nappy?
You called me Nappy the last time. Grab that dice. Stand him up against the wall.
Let him alone, Napoleon. He meant no harm.
I know what I'm doing to this rat. Ready! Aim! You're fired!
Why, the little chap's a veritable beast, what? Oh, now, look here, Napoleon. Suppose we pull a coup d'etat.
You wouldn't dare. What's a coup d'etat?
You ought to know. You're French.
Well, can I help it if I'm ignorant? Coup d'etat.
Now, see here, old plum pudding. We've got you surrounded and outnumbered. Now, why any more needless fighting? All we demand is that you leave France forever.
Well, I guess you're right. But where will I go? To leave my Josephine? To leave my friends? Where shall I go?
As far as I'm concerned, you can go to Helena.
I'll see you in Elba first.
We hope you've enjoyed tonight's show, and we cordially invite you to be with us next Saturday evening at the same time when the Brown & Williamson Tobacco Corporation will again present Avalon Time. Del King speaking. Good night, everybody. Avalon Time comes to you from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hi, it's time for the Abbott Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott Costello Show. CBS, it's the Abbott Costello Show. Produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and Matty Maldick's orchestra. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Hey, will you stop that yelling? What is all that adhesive tape on your face for?
I took Susan Miller to my neighborhood theater to see The Razor's Edge. I sat so close to the screen that Tyrone Power shaved me 5 times.
Your neighborhood theater is just showing that old picture now?
What do you expect for 3 cents? Oh, it was a swell picture, though. It all takes place in a barber shop run by a rough guy named Dan.
Dan?
Yeah, Dan Druff. Tyrone Power, a sharp young blade who's keen about Gene Tierney. Every time he scissors, he works himself into a lather. But she strops him. She gives him the brush, it's no soap, and the rub comes in the end, where he whiskers her away. And the moral of the story is no brush, no lather, no rubbing, no girl, no nothing, no joke, no money.
You idiot. You never saw the picture. And furthermore, I'll bet when you went to school, you were a dumbbell. A dumb skull.
That's all. I have to know that I was a head and shoulders above everybody in my class.
You were?
Yes, I was 15 years older than any one of them.
I would like to see you in school, Lou.
I was teacher's pet.
Teacher's pet?
Yes, we both got expelled the same day.
Oh, they're hot tonight. So don't go away. Abbott and Costello will be back after just the time it takes to tell this. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Hey, Abbott.
All right. Come here, Costello. Who's that girl I saw you talking with?
Huh?
Who's that girl I saw you talking with?
That girl was my school day sweetheart. Her and I used to hook rides on the ice wagon together. Every day we'd ride 7 miles to school sitting on a big cake of ice.
You rode 7 miles sitting on a cake of ice?
Yeah, we were the original dead-end kids.
I'll forget about her. By the way, where did you get that bump on your nose?
Well, Monday night I went over to Susan Miller's house and I brought her a package of bubble gum. We sat on the sofa and I had my arm around her and she was chewing a bubble gum.
But how did you get the bump on your nose?
How did I get the bump on my nose? Just as I leaned over to kiss her, she had a blow-up.
That must have gummed up your evening.
Not only that, but I may have to have my nose vulcanized.
You talk sense. What happened?
Susan dropped her bubble gum on the sofa and I sat in it. Brother, is that stuff sticky?
Did it damage your clothes?
No, but now I've got the only pair of pants in Hollywood with slip covers.
Now, stop this silliness. You'd better be on your good behavior from now on because Susan Miller is moving into our boarding house today. She's taking the room directly above you, Lou.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Me in room 115, Susan in 215. Abbott, will Susan be in that room all the time?
Well, you know Susan. She goes in and out.
Have you noticed that too, Abbott? Well, anyway, Abbott, you know what I say? I say that,
You better say something.
I say that I'm lost. That's what I... Oh, this is wonderful. The woman I love living right upstairs.
Oh, stop, Costello. You're not in love with Susan. She's just a passing fancy.
Abbott, I wouldn't pass up anything that fancy. Gee, but I hope she likes her room.
Oh, she should like it. She gets bored with it.
I'm glad to hear that, too, because after all... What did you say?
I said she should be happy she gets bored with the room.
If she gets bored with the room, then why did she rent it in the first place?
She's not bored with the room. She's very happy.
You just told me that she gets bored with the room.
That's right.
One of us is nuts. How can a girl be happy when she's bored all the time?
Look, she's not bored all the time. You know, she only gets bored 3 times a day.
Where is she getting all that lumber?
I'm not talking about lumber. I'm talking about boards. Susan eats her boards.
Who feeds her all these boards?
The landlady. Susan made arrangements with the landlady to eat her board 3 times a day. 30 days a month.
I'm moving out of that place.
Why?
That Susan Miller is going to eat me out of house and home.
Well, I'm just trying to tell you that Susan is very happy with her board and she likes the room. That room hasn't got a flaw in it.
There's a cute kid. Just rented the room today, already she ate the floor.
She did not eat the floor. I simply said there was no floor in the room.
You could be mistaken, Anybody that will eat boards 3 times a day is liable to eat the floor and the doors and the windows.
Look, what are you getting so excited about? What business is it of yours what she does with her room?
I'll make it my business, brother. Her floor happens to be my ceiling. I don't mind you knocking the pots from under me every week, but I ain't going to let that Susan Miller eat the roof over my head.
Costello, you annoy me. All I said was there is not a floor in Susan's room.
Just a second, Abbott. Have you been in Susan's room?
I have.
You opened up the door?
Yes.
You stepped into the room?
I did.
What did you step on?
The floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man has deliberately and with molasses up a thought been misinforming the public. I rest my case.
All right, Costello, there's no sense in getting yourself into a frenzy.
A what?
Frenzy.
I ain't make up frenzies with nobody.
Now, wait a minute. I'll try to explain by giving you an example. You have a floor in your room. The plaster is all cracked, so you have a floor in your ceiling.
I got a floor in my ceiling? How do you like that? I've been living upside down for 6 years and didn't know it.
Costello, you're all mixed up. I'm trying to tell you that Susan's room is perfect. It has no floor, and she's happy because she gets bored with the room.
Here we go again.
The reason why she likes to get bored with the room is because she's hungry after a hard day at the studio and rushes home and eats like a beaver.
Now he's got her eating beaver board.
Costello, I don't know why I get into these arguments with you. We argue and fight, and it always ends up the same way. You're just plain stupid.
I am not. I'm pretty smart.
Costello, you're smart. I'm a monkey's uncle.
Well, I am smart. Now let me see you hang by your tail.
Oh, Mr. Costello.
Yes. Oh, he's back again. Every week the same thing. Look, Norman, why don't you go out here and get yourself a job?
Oh, I've got a job, Mr. Costello. You see, I work in a domino factory. I put the dots on the dominoes.
Why ain't you working now?
This week we're making blanks.
That's exactly what your check's going to look like.
Well, enough of this nonsense, Costello. Have you been studying your script for the new scenes in our new picture, The New Shanghai?
Well, I meant to tell you, Abbott, they're changing the script again, and the director's coming over here tonight to rehearse me in the new scene.
Ah, there you are, Costello. I've got the script here for the retakes on The New Shanghai. Now, you're going to run through it right now. In this scene, you'll play opposite the gorgeous, glamorous Lauren Bacall.
Stand by, folks. There's good news tonight.
So you like Lauren Bacall, eh?
Like her. There's that girl that has got this and that and them and those, and if you want anything else, just whistle.
Very good. I'm glad you like her, Costello, because in this scene, you and Lauren Bacall are seated in a canoe, drifting lazily down the stream. She's sitting in the bow, and you're sitting in the stern.
She's in the bow, and I'm in the stern.
That's right.
You couldn't make that a rowboat and get both of us in the back seat.
Quiet, Costello. Now, as you sit there in the stern of the canoe, paddling along, she looks at you, and her eyes seem to say, "Come to me, Costello. Come to me, my love."
Is that what her eyes say?
Yes.
Then why don't I drop that darn paddle and come to her?
No, Costello, you ignore her. You keep paddling. You need the exercise.
But I need the exercise, but this could lead to ulcers.
You're playing hard to get. After all, you're a city slicker.
City slicker? I'm a village idiot. That's what I am.
Oh, quiet, Costello. Please, pay attention to the direction.
Now then, Costello, a strange feeling commences to creep over you. You're seated in that canoe all alone with Lauren Bacall. You get a feeling that you can't sit still for another minute. A feeling that you must rise to your feet.
It's those cane-bottom canoe seats. They'll do it every time.
The seats have nothing to do with it.
Of course not. Now, Costello, you look forward at gorgeous Lauren Bacall. You look forward, and there she is in all her tempting glory. You can't stand the suspense any longer. Slowly, you begin to inch your way forward, inch by inch.
Inch by inch?
Foot by foot.
Foot by foot?
Yard by yard.
Get me up there, will you? I've only got this boat rented for an hour.
Oh, it's impossible, Mr. Abbott. I can't rehearse with this man. He's too nervous. He should see a doctor about his nerves.
You should see a doctor about your face.
What's the matter with my face?
It talks too much.
Hurry up, Costello.
We're on in just a second. That's right, Abbott, but here's a small place to show off Susan Miller. Let's get her to sing a song. Okay, Costello. Ladies and gentlemen, here's our singing star, Susan Miller, with the music of Matty Malney.
Picture me upon the street, can't you see how happy we will be? Nobody near us to see us, to hear us, no friends or relations on weekend vacation. We won't tell a soul that we're on a trip. Day will break and I'll away and start today a sugar you to take for all the boys to see. We will raise a family, a girl for you, a boy for me. Can't you see how happy we will be? Day will break, I'll awake, start to bake a sugar cake for you to take for all the boys to see. We will raise a family, whatever you will buy. Can't you see how happy we will be?
Slowly I park the canoe. I look up at the lawn below and say, the calla lilies are in bloom again. I love the calla lilies. Yes, Father, yes, Mother, the calla lilies are in bloom again.
Costello, what are you doing?
Rehearsing the scene for the picture. I'm acting. What an actor I am, Abbott. If my mother hadn't cut off my curls when I was little, I'd have been another Shirley Temple.
Well, you can get out of our silly acting.
And you don't need to worry anymore about the picture. They're not going to change it. However, I have some news for you, Lou, but I really don't know how to tell you this, Costello. But your country has called you.
You mean I've been drafted again?
No, you dummy. You're about to receive a great honor. Listen to this telegram that just came for you. It's from Mayor DeVita of Paterson, New Jersey. Dear Lou, you have been chosen to represent Paterson, New Jersey at the next meeting of the UNO.
I have?
Yes, you've heard of the UNO, haven't you?
Oh, I hear about it every time I try to make a date with a girl.
What do you mean?
Every time I ask a girl for a date, she looks at me and says, you? And no.
You know, the UNO is an organization of all the nations of the world. Costello, a great honor has been conferred on you. You will serve your country as a diplomat. You will be a statesman, an official of the government, a man who mingles with royalty.
I'm going to be all that?
That's right.
Abbott, you may kiss my hand.
No, I don't know why the mayor of Paterson never chose you.
Hey, Uncle Bud, I just saw a messenger boy just leave here. Was that telegram for me?
No, it wasn't for you. It was for Costello. A great honor has fallen on Costello. He has been chosen Paterson's delegate to the UNO.
That's right, Norman. I'm going back there and spread goodwill.
Well, you certainly got the spread for it.
Now, Norman. You'll have to treat Costello with more respect from now on. Remember, he's going to be a diplomat.
That's jokes with Jester.
Yes, just wait till I get to Europe. They need me over there. That continent has gone back to the horse and buggy days. I'm the only guy that can fix it.
Horse and buggy days? What are you talking about?
Well, somebody is horsing around over there and driving the whole world buggy.
Bud, I don't know why they picked Costello as diplomat. I'm the boy for the job. Everybody says I look just like Anthony Eden.
You look more like heaven, Eden.
Costello's right, Norman. You could stand some weight. If you gained a little weight, you wouldn't be so lazy.
Well, Uncle Bud, I'm just full of energy. Can I help it if I haven't got the strength to use it?
Norman, we should be proud of Costello. He's going back to Paterson to mix with all the masters of diplomacy.
Yes, I'm going to be a mixmaster.
show them guys how to stir up things?
Well, am I interrupting anything, boys?
Why, it's a singing star, Susan Miller. Susan, have you heard the news? Costello is to be Patterson's delegate to the UNO.
Oh, Costello. What a diplomat you make. You're so robust, so manly, so muscular.
Susan, I'm Atlas, Hercules, Samson and Joe Louis and Gorgeous George all rolled into one.
You are?
And it's awful crowded, too.
Oh, I'm so proud of you, Costello. I'm going to give you a kiss. A gift for good luck. Now, put your arms around me. There. That's it.
Gee, Susan, when I get close to you like this, something inside me seems to melt.
It does?
I've got to quit carrying that butter around in my money belt.
Well, come on, Costello. I've made arrangements with the finest tailor in town to outfit for your trip to the UNO beach.
Well, I'll see you later, Costello. And as they say in Spanish, mañana o ama. Cheers to you.
And your mama's old army shoes to you, too.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, sir. Costello, this is the tailor, Mr. Sharkskin. Are you ready to measure Costello?
Why, yes, it'd be a pleasure to make a suit for him. What a build, what broad shoulders, narrow hips and long tapering legs.
This is me over here. You're measuring the water cooler.
Mr. Sharkskin, this is Costello. He's the man who's having the pit.
Really? Does he always swell up like that?
Sharkskin, one more crack like that over you, and I'll cut you on the bias and pull down your hems.
Mr. Sharkskin, do you have anything that'll fit Costello?
I think so. Here, Mr. Costello, slip into this coat. That's it. There. How's that?
Now, ain't that coat a little long? I can't see my shoes.
Oh, do you plan on wearing shoes?
Don't be so fussy, Costello. What that coat needs is a little more padding in the shoulders, that's all.
A little more. You'd better take some of the padding out. Every time I raise my arm, the shoulders push my hat off.
Costello, you won't be able to wear those pink socks with that outfit.
Those are not pink socks. My shorts drag a little.
All right, Mr. Sharkskin, make the necessary alterations and send the suit to Costello's house.
Fine. Good day, gentlemen.
Costello, you're leaving for Patterson tonight. We've got a lot of things to do.
What, for instance?
Well, Costello, you'll meet all kinds of nationalities at that UNO meeting, and you'll have to converse with all of them.
That won't be hard for me, Abbott. I even speak Chinese.
Let me say something in Chinese.
Okay. Pizza starts at 1 o'clock. Smoking in the balcony. Price is changed at 6.
What kind of Chinese is that?
Gorman's Chinese.
You simpleton. French is the diplomatic language, and you've got to learn it. I'm taking you to Madame Petey's French language school.
And now, Monsieur Costello, when you arrive at the meeting, the French delegate, he will bid you welcome, and he will say, "Ah, bonjour, monsieur, que je suis enchanté de faire votre connaissance, parce que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde." And then the delegate, he will kiss you like this.
You mind now if I can have my own script back? Thank you. You walk in here, you don't even shut the door. Madam Petey, you will have to forgive me. I have a very, very poor memory. Would you mind running through that again a little slower?
Why, not at all, monsieur. The French delegate, he will bid you welcome like this. Now, pay attention, monsieur. He will bid you welcome like this. And he will say to you, "Ah, monsieur, que je suis enchanté de faire votre connaissance parce que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde." You see, and then he will kiss you like this.
Abbott,
What?
do me a favor, will you?
What?
Run over and pick up my suit. I may have to stay after school. I think I need more lessons.
You know, if you stay here and take another lesson, you may miss the plane.
Abbott, if I take another lesson, I won't need the plane. I'll fly to Patterson by myself. Come, Madam Fifi, let us study.
Costello, we're all packed to remember. You're an important delegate to the UNO. And it's one of the requirements of a delegate to know all about history.
I know all about history, Abbott.
You do. I'll bet you don't even know who George Washington married.
George Washington married Salome.
Yeah, dummy, Washington and Salome lived thousands of years apart.
What's the difference as long as they loved each other?
Talk sense. Now, Costello. Now, in diplomatic circles, they give a lot of banquets. And you've got to watch your table manners. Now, if you're not sure what fork to use, wait until the hostess has picked up her fork, and then you use the same one.
Nothing doing, Abbott. I tried that once. I waited to use the same fork the hostess used, and by the time she got through with it, there was no more food left on the table.
You tell me I'm talking about the silverware they use at a banquet. As a rule, there are several different types of forks. Set aside beside your plate.
Naturally.
Naturally.
You're telling me. I went to a banquet once, and there was 15 knives, forks, and spoons set aside beside each plate. What beautiful silverware.
I'd like to have seen it.
Remind me to show it to you sometime.
Never mind that. Now, when you get to the meeting and you are introduced to the other delegates' wives, remember to curtsy.
Remember to what?
Curtsy like this.
That's a curtsy?
Yes.
I couldn't curtsy. I've got too much starchy in my shirtsy. You are.
Oh, I give up. Come on. Our plane leaves for Patterson in a few minutes. Now, we've got to get to the airport. We're going to be at the UNO meeting. Come on.
The UNO convention will now come to order. Gentlemen, this is a great year for the UNO, the Undertakers' National Organization. Secretary Toon, and all the bodies, all the members present, all but the stiff, Delegate Patterson, but he's due here any minute. Delegate from Patterson, huh? Greetings and salutations, gentlemen. I'm Patterson's delegate for the UNO, and it's mighty quiet in here. Let's get the joint jumping. Just pull up a slab and sit down. Brother Graves, dig that boy. A lovely thought, Brother Toombs, a lovely thought. Just a minute. Is this the peace conference? Yes, my boy. We have peace here. As a matter of fact, that's the slogan of our organization. Rest in peace. And now, Mr. Toombs, place a lily in Mr. Costello's lapel, and let's get on with the meeting. Just a second. There must be some mistake. I was looking for the UNO. There is no mistake. This is the UNO, the Undertakers' National Convention. Is there anything else you wish to say? Yes, just 2 words. What are they?
And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott Costello Show.
Well, Costello, it's too bad that we made that trip all the way back to Patterson for nothing.
Oh, that's all right, Abbott. I just as well... I'll get it, Abbott. Hello. Oh, hello. Uncle Mike? What? Aunt May? Congratulations. At 7 o'clock tonight? Where did it happen? Right on Maplewood Avenue? My. How many? 3? Well, hold everything. I'll be right there. Goodbye. Costello, what happened? My Aunt May just found a 3-room apartment on Maplewood Avenue. Oh, good night.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda, and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. So goodbye till the same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station. NBC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Oh, that fellow's just love happy. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's face to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, we asked if there were any young people in the audience who'd like to get married if they found the right person. And our studio audience selected Miss Rosalie Page and Mr. Bob Hartham, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if either of you says the secret word, you split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. So you two would like to get married, eh? Well, we'll see what we can do. Miss Page, is that right?
That's right.
Rosalie Page.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Rosalie?
St. Louis, Missouri.
And where are you from? Bob Hartham?
Hartham. Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City.
Kansas
Well,
City.
you're practically stablemates, huh? How old are you, Bob?
35.
35. And Rosalie, what is your age?
27.
That's a lovely age. How long have you been 27?
Since October the 27th,
What year?
1949.
It isn't necessary to snarl at me, Rosalie. Well, you're a very pretty girl, Rosalie. Why aren't you married? You've reached the age of consent.
Nobody really ever asked me.
Well, nobody asked me, and I'm married. Bob, have you ever asked a girl to marry you?
No, never have.
Would you be interested in asking Rosalie?
Well, I don't know her.
Well, these days, that doesn't stop anybody. Besides, I can fix that. Bob, I want you to meet Rosalie.
How do you do?
Well, now it's all settled now. If I can just find you two a place to live, that's all. What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I'm a room clerk at the Townhouse Hotel.
Rosalie, I found you a place to live. Anything unusual ever happen around your hotel?
Oh, quite a few unusual things.
Well, could you give us one, an example?
Well, I remember particularly the first occasion when I roomed my first guest. This gentleman came up to the desk and put a portable radio on the desk and said, do you have AC or DC current here? And I went over to the information rack and I hurried back and said, no, sir, neither one is registered with us.
And you're still working at the hotel? Rosalie, who do you work for?
Jerry Ralston.
Jerry Ralston?
Yes.
Thought that was a breakfast food. What kind of work do you do, Rosalie?
I'm a legal secretary.
A legal secretary?
Yes.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Ralston, huh? What kind of a name is that for a law firm? Doesn't he have a complete lawyer's name like
yes.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, and Shyster?
It's Fink, Ralston, Leventhal, and Kent.
Oh, see, I knew there were more handles to it than that. Now, Rosalie, as a legal secretary, just what do you do?
I start out in the morning by opening up the office and start filing and getting things ready for the boss, cleaning off his desk, and bring my book and...
You take dictation, huh?
I take dictation, yes.
Does your boss have comfortable knees? Huh?
No, I don't know.
Never sat on your boss's knee?
No.
Fine secretary. Huh? Where do you sit in your office?
On a chair.
You'll never get any work done that way, huh? What kind of dictation do you take from your boss, Rosalie?
Well, various pleadings like complaints, answers, and orders nunc pro tunc, and...
What's that?
Orders nunc pro tunc.
What is that?
Now for then.
No, for them. Why don't they say that, huh?
Well, because it's Latin. They don't want to say it that way.
Oh, they don't want anybody to know what they just said.
And,
What else do they say?
And then I draw up leases, and, oh, yes, I also do briefs.
You do, huh?
Yes.
You take the boss's briefs, huh?
I take his briefs.
What do you do, sew patches on them? Does he get chilly standing there? Does he?
No, these are legal briefs.
Legal or illegal, he's got no right to be standing there. What are legal briefs?
Well, they're documents that are rather lengthy documents.
Oh, long underwear, eh? That's the best kind of wear when you're making a court appearance. Is your chair more comfortable than your boss's knee?
Yes. No. Oh, why not?
Then you've tried your boss's knee, huh? Now, what kind of a knee has he got? Is it AC or DC? Well, you're really a charming couple, and I hope you'll be very happy together. Now, before we play You Bet Your Life, I'd like to remind you, when you buy Easter seals, you help all crippled children everywhere. Your donations will go to the crippled children in your state. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to try for a chance at $1,000. You bet your life.
No matter why you drive in to a DeSoto Plymouth dealers, for a major repair job or a simple one, you'll find it the honest desire of all the folks there to serve you to the very best of their ability. Yes, and that's the way all of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America feel about the customers they serve. You'll find it their creed to treat you fairly and squarely day after day, year after year. Why do they do their utmost to serve you in this manner? Because they want you for a satisfied customer, a steady customer in the years to come. That's why, no matter what make of car you drive, it pays to stop where you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at $1,000. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nursery rhymes as your category. Is that correct?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you bet?
$10.
$10. What did Old King Cole call for beside his bowl and pipe?
His fiddle's 3.
That's right. His fiddle is 3. Huh?
And they're on their way with $30.
All right. Now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
$20. Where did Peter keep his wife?
And a pumpkin shell.
That's right. He kept her in a pumpkin shell.
Now they have $50,
Well,
Groucho.
so far, it's a horse apiece. Now you got $50, huh? How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
All right. What did the dish do when the cow jumped over the moon?
I ran away with a spoon.
That's right. The dish ran away with a spoon.
They're really climbing now. They have $90.
That's 2 for the girl and 1 for you. You may get married yet. Now you got $90, huh? Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90?
80.
$80. Who swiped the tarts and the Queen of Hearts?
The knave.
The knave of hearts is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away now. You might get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still smile. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a beauty operator, Miss Lola Phillips, and her partner is a married man, Mr. Herb Parsons. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, you divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Lola Phillips, huh?
That's right.
A beauty operator, eh? And Mr. Parsons, you're a husband?
Yes, sir.
You're a husband, huh? Beauty and the Beast, huh? Mr. Herb Parsons, where did you come from?
Oh, out in the audience.
I know you're from the audience, but you weren't born out there, were you? How are things in the audience? Pretty good, huh? Pretty good, huh? How are conditions out there?
Very fine, very fine.
Uh-huh. Well, where are you from, Mr. Parsons?
Oh, Somerville, Tennessee.
And you're from where, Miss?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, huh? Are you married?
No, I'm not.
You're not, huh? Would you like to get married?
No, I wouldn't care to, thanks.
Well, that's the closest I've come in a long time. Now, what sort of work do you do, Mr. Parsons?
Oh, I shoot guns for Winchester.
You do, huh? Why doesn't Winchester shoot his own guns? What do you mean you shoot guns for Winchester? What kind of a job is that, huh?
Oh, it's a good job. I
It
go all
is,
over the country, you know, just shooting guns.
Well, who do you shoot at specifically?
Oh, I usually shoot for sportsman clubs, you know.
How'd you meet your wife? Did you take a shot at her? Or you...
Well...
How'd you meet her?
Oh, well, it was, you know, I married a smart girl. I found out later. It happened that there was a large hedge growing beside the walk, and I noticed one evening a little dog ran out and bit me on the breeches leg. I didn't pay too much attention to that. I thought the best thing for me to do would be to go in and complain to the landlord. And as soon as I turned into the hedge, she walks out and greets me. Which
the
my
dog?
wife, the bull.
Oh.
And so I found out later that she was sicking the dog on me so that I would come in and complain, see? And
she was sick of you, did you say?
She is now, not then.
Now, what about the dog? You still got the dog?
No, the dog died.
Oh. He was lucky, wasn't he? Huh? Do you do anything else besides shoot guns? Do you have any hobbies?
Oh, I'd say my hobby was calling ducks.
Mm-hmm. What do you call them?
I just walk at them and quack at them. If they come by, then that's when I shoot them with the gun. Duck for dinner.
That's a pretty dirty trick, isn't it? Well, come on.
You don't know when they call.
How does the wild goose go, do you know? Well, that's quite an accomplishment at that, I guess, huh? Look, what do you got there?
That's the duck call.
Well, how did you know you were going to meet a duck here tonight? Huh?
I always care this. This is a good luck piece.
Rap out a duck call.
Oh, maybe the
huh?
duck. It'd be way off, you know, about...
Is there a duck in the audience? Maybe you all better duck. He may have a gun with him, too.
Great back there.
Well, okay, let's have that. That's a hotel in Chicago. Let's shoot it in here. And you mean to say that a duck finds that alluring?
No, his curiosity gets the best of him when he comes by.
Well, what does he think it is?
He doesn't know. That's the reason he comes by, I think.
Well, who figured that out?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that, but it
That's
works.
really a giant mind. Somebody figured out if we can get a sound that the duck doesn't know what it is, we can get a duck. Well, too much for me. Now, where do you do your operating on beauties, Mrs. Phillips?
At Polly's Beauty Salon, 4875 Fountain Avenue.
Well, you're a beauty operator, all right. That plug was a beauty, I'll bet. What's the most popular type of service at your Fountain of Youth?
Pen, finger, and permanent waves.
What is it?
Pen, finger, and permanent waves.
Pen, finger, and permanent. I used to know a law firm by that name, huh? That finger was such a crook to what a sleazy character he was. What are some of the other things you do for females to help them trap a sucker?
Well, we give them manicures, pedicures, facials.
And they say a thing of beauty is a joy forever. Apparently a thing of beauty is a joy for about 3 days. Why do women go through all this chromium plating process?
Well, they want to bring out their natural beauty.
Well, how do you bring it out? In jars, huh? Now, you mentioned facials before. Just what is the purpose of a facial?
Well, it will tighten the skin. It'll remove crow's feet.
Some of your customers have crow's feet? They keep their shoes on, nobody will notice it. Well, how do you tighten the skin? Do you use a screwdriver or a socket wrench?
No,
What do you do? Roll it up their back or something? What's the latest haircut style for women at the moment?
Well, it's contour cutting to the shape of the head.
Mm-hmm. Might turn up some very interesting heads. What do you do with a head that's shaped like an ashtray? Huh? Do you ever listen to your customers when they gab to each other?
Oh, I'm much too busy.
I see, but what do they talk about? For example, what did they say this morning when you were in the shop? Huh?
Oh, one lady was talking about how much she lost at
But
Canasta.
you don't listen when they talk, huh? Have you been listening intently to all this secret stuff about beauty shops, Mr. Parsons?
Very much.
Pretty revealing, isn't it, huh?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Well, tell me, which do you prefer, a blonde, a brunette, or a redhead?
Oh, I kind of like about between a blonde and a redhead.
Well, that's a perfect place to be. That's certainly better than being between a blonde and a bald-headed man. Well, after talking to a beauty operator, I know all the secrets of the opposite sex, but despite that, I love them anyway. So help me. And now you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game. You bet your life for a chance at $1,000. You beat the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The legal secretary and the hotel clerk earned $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Irish songs as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you bet?
$10.
Yeah, anything you want. Anything up to 20. What is the name of this Irish song? Play, Jerry. Take a guess. What is it? Danny Boy is right.
On the way, they have $30, Groucho.
Well, Miss Phillips, we thought we lost you that time. Now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. And if you don't give the right answers, he's liable to shoot you when this thing is over. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet?
20. That's what 20.
$20. Give me the title of this song. McNamara's Band.
Hey, finally, we have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you go for?
$40.
$40. Okay with you, Mr. Parsons?
That's very good.
Let's see if you can identify this Irish song. Okay, Jerry? The Wearing of the Green is right.
We're really on their way now. They have $90.
You've got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 will you try?
Let's bet it all.
Okay.
Okay. What is the name of this song? Take a guess at it.
Did you make the Shamrocks go or something?
I'm sorry. It's a little bit of heaven. You were close to it. I'm terribly sorry. Well, I'll give you one more question. You get it right and you win $10. Remember, no coaching, please. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
Oh, Grant.
General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question.
You know, friends, every dealer who sells DeSoto also sells Plymouth.
Is that by any chance why they're called DeSoto Plymouth dealers?
Precisely, Groucho.
How clever. Now ask me, how many DeSoto Plymouth dealers there are?
All right, Groucho. How many DeSoto Plymouth dealers are there from coast to coast?
Well, they're under 4,000.
Oh, it's over 3,000.
Well, that's under 4,000. Fenneman, can't you count higher than 3,000?
Yes, and you can count on the best in service, a fair and square price, when you visit any authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
An accurate statement if I ever heard one. Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $1,000 question?
Well, the secretary and the hotel clerk are leading with $170, and the secret word is still smile. Just before we went on the air, we asked for couples with an interesting occupation, Groucho, and here comes the pair who was chosen. Mr. and Mrs. John Schlieser, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks. And if you say the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, you win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Schlieser, Ruth Schlieser, huh? Where are you from, Ruth?
Oh, Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx.
You're really spread all over town, aren't you? Where were you born, the subway?
Oh, maybe. Who knows?
Well, I certainly don't. John, where are you from?
Belgrade, Serbia.
Belgrade, that's
now
the
they
kind of-
call him Yugoslavia.
Oh. I wouldn't know. I haven't heard a news broadcast for over an hour. Huh? John, what sort of interesting occupation do you and Ruth have, since that's the reason you were picked here tonight?
Well, I'm a taxidermist and naturalist.
What do you do as a naturalist and taxidermist?
Well, I mount all kinds of animals, birds, reptiles, fish.
Well, don't be sizing me up, you know. You're a taxidermist, eh? Well,
Yes,
you don't look stuffy to me, John, eh? How old are you, Mr. Schlieser?
Well, I am 74 years young.
Well, you're very young looking. Very young looking. And how young are you, Mr. Schlieser?
Would you guess?
Well, if you stop wiggling, I'll take a guess at it. Well, I would say you were about 31.
Oh, brother, you're far from it.
I'm far from it?
Uh-huh.
In which direction, huh?
Oh.
Now, tell us something about taxidermy. It's a very unusual occupation. For example, say I wanted you to stuff a lion. What's the first thing on the list?
Well, first get the lion.
Well, let's make it a leopard, huh? That's a leopard. All right, I've got a lion. Never mind where I got it. Go ahead. What do you do, huh?
Well, first of all, you know, I take him...
First you get the lion. I know that.
That's the first thing. And be sure that he's dead. Then we take a complete
Well, how do you find out if he's dead? Do you take an autopsy or send for the coroner?
When they come to me, I'm sure they're dead.
But if they come at you, you're not so sure, huh? Well, you've had wide experience with dead animals. Have you ever handled any live animals, Professor?
Oh, yes, I had. Sorriest experience. I was out collecting in Africa, and that day it happened that the lion see me first. And I had no chance. Quick pull my gun, and he made a roaring leap, but he was too close, they mauled me.
He must have been a very well-trained lion. He wanted to stuff himself with you. Huh? How did you get to be a taxidermist?
I loved everything what God created. Immaterial, what kind of animals, reptiles, insects, everything. I was interested in it.
Mm-hmm. What's the largest animal you ever worked on, Mr. Schlieser?
It's a brontosaurus.
I beg your pardon. I thought you said a brontosaurus, huh?
That's what I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did, huh? I can keep this up as long as he can. Cocktails, anyone? Well, it's certainly been very interesting and instructive having you here tonight. You see, if I never met you, I'd never know anything about taxidermy. Now I know practically everything about it. Now, let's see how good you two are at winning money. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You beat the other two couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much they won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The hotel clerk and the secretary are ahead with $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected biblical questions as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
Well,
All right. Who was the wicked wife of Ahab? A-H-A-B. She was trampled to death.
I don't know.
Well, it was Jezebel, huh?
They have $10, Groucho.
All right. Now you're down to 10. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $10 will you try?
20.
That shows you what you can do when you stuff animals, huh? All right, how much of the $10 will you try?
Well, 5.
$5, all right. What prophet lived 3 days and 3 nights inside a whale?
Well, I don't know. I give up.
Have you never stuffed a whale?
No.
Well, this one was stuffed with Jonah. You should have known that.
They have $5 now.
Now you're down to $5. Here's your third question. How much of the $5 will you bet?
Well, I bet.
The what?
I bet the 5.
All right. Who led the attack at the Battle of Jericho?
I never paid much attention.
Well,
to
it was
that.
Joshua. These are tough questions. I'm not surprised that you don't know them. I certainly wouldn't know them. All right, I'm going to give you another chance to get rich quick. You get this one right, and I'll hand over $10 in cash immediately. It's a tough one, so think hard now, and no coaching, please. What is the name of the famous president whose daughter is a singer?
Oh, Truman.
Truman is right, huh?
This couple lost all their money, so that means the secretary and the hotel clerk with $170 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. To get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost, more and more car owners every day drive into DeSoto Plymouth dealers. That's a wise thing for you to do, too. For DeSoto Plymouth dealers always do their utmost to please you in every way they can. They have factory-trained mechanics working with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. They make sure the service they offer in their shops is the best service you can get anywhere. And that goes for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers throughout America, all of whom take pride in their reputation for fast, efficient, courteous service. Keep this in mind next time your car needs attention, and drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the secretary and the hotel clerk, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, and think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Although there are many walled cities in Europe, W-A-L-L-E-D, although there are many walled cities in Europe, there is only one walled city in North America. For $1,000, can you tell me what it is? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Well, I don't know.
I thought it was West Point, but
No, I'm sorry. It's Quebec, the former capital of Canada. I'm sorry. That means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $170 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You'll Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, Bing Crosby is waiting to use the hall, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. It's a wise driver who believes in highway signs. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find Mr. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. The former has just arrived home from the office and is listening with great absorption to a recital of recent events as narrated by his son.
He said these 5 fellas in Hunkerman, Maine were very anxious to meet you. He said they'd all be greatly honored if you'd make the trip.
Where was McDancy telephoning from?
Well, I don't know. East Brain, Oregon, I suppose. Ain't that where he lives?
Well.
It was a long-distance call, I know.
How could you tell?
When I picked up the receiver, somebody asked if this was the Gook residence, and I said yes, and then they said, here's your party. That proves it's long distance. I expect we talked 5 minutes or better. I even took notes. Here's a list of the 5 fellas that are so anxious to meet you.
Why do they want to meet me?
They've heard so much about you.
Where did they hear so much about me?
Mr. McDancy never said.
Well, I can't make head or tails to this.
Well, here's the 5 names. Ollie J. York, V. Donald Gix, Q.L. Cunningham, T.S. Slank, and Urquhart Pugh Urquhart.
Never heard of a darn one of them.
According to Mr. McDancy, they'd all give their shirt off their back to shake you by the hand and make your acquaintance.
Hi.
Everybody home?
Yeah. When's McDancy want me to make this trip?
September 20th.
You say anything about expenses?
Yes. He said you'd have to pay him yourself.
Well, thunder.
Howdy, hi, ho, people.
Greetings, Mom.
Oh, say.
Hello. You want to hear some wild, crazy little gossip?
Yeah.
I've been over to Miss Donahue's just now. The story she had to tell on Miss Elders. You'll throw your shoes over the People's Bank building.
Well, I'm about to do that anyway.
Why? What's the matter?
Hippopotamus here just had a long-distance telephone call from Homer U. McDancy.
The Oregon fellow?
Yeah.
I don't know whether he was calling from Oregon or not. Operator never said. But it was long distance, okay.
What do you want?
Wanted me to travel to Hunkerman, Maine, and meet some chums of his.
What for?
Just to be meeting them, I guess. Describe the conversation, George.
Well, I was sitting here looking over the 3rd Lieutenant Stanley book I borrowed off from Vernon Pagel. It starts out very interesting. Seems Lady Margaret and 3rd Lieutenant Stanley are in the power of a gang of counterfeit and deep-sea divers.
We don't want a book report, Alice. Please skip the literary embroidery and get down to what...
phone rang. I rose from my chair to answer it, thinking it was Bluetooth Johnson or Leland Richards or Rooster Davis or Leroy Snow.
Okay, friend. I'll take over. Homer U. McDancy was on the wire. He tried to reach Smith's office, and I wasn't there, so he called home. Not find me at home either, he left his message with Stone Brews. And his message, from what I gather, is that he'd like to have me travel to Hunkerman, Maine, and meet these 5 pals of his.
Who are they?
Read them off, Laura.
Ollie J. York, V. Donald Gix, Q.L. Cunningham, T.S. Slank, and Urquhart Pugh Urquhart.
Well, are they anybody you've met before?
No, not a single name is familiar.
What's the idea of it?
Search me.
Well, the idea of it, according to Mr. McDancy, is that these 5 guys are just dying to make Dove's acquaintance.
Why?
They've heard so much about him.
Do they live in Maine?
Yeah.
Well, how'd they be likely to hear anything about you in Maine?
I don't know.
Are they lodge fellas? Sacred Stars of the Milky Way guys?
No, they're not.
They're not?
No, because I asked Mr. McDancy.
Are they Consolidated Kitchenware Company men?
No.
You asked McDancy that question, too?
Uh-huh.
It don't make sense.
Certainly don't to me.
How'd you get so famous in the state of Maine, Gov?
I'd like to know myself.
According to Mr. McDancy, these 5 guys are just chewing their fingernails. They're so feverish to make your acquaintance.
Well, where in thunder did they hear of me? I never been to Maine. I doubted they could have heard of me through McDancy because he lives in Oregon. I don't think he's ever been either. Of course, if they were Sky Brothers in the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way, they might have read about me in the Lodge magazine. But you say they're not?
No, I asked especially.
And if they were employed by the Consolidated Kitchenware Company, they might have read about me in the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly.
They're not employed... There.
Read off those half-wit names again.
Ollie J. York, V. Donald Gix, Q.L.
No, wait a minute. Read them still slower than that.
Ollie J. York, V. Donald Gix, Q.L. Cunningham, T.S. Slank, Urquhart Pugh Urquhart.
No.
Urquhart is Miss Scott's brother's name.
He's not a state of Maine slob, is he?
State of Iowa slob. Well, you're not going to go on any such a foolish expedition, are you?
I doubt it.
What it probably boils down to is Homer U. McDancy is addled in the head like that H.K. Fleaver chum of yours.
Ah.
I'll tell you the funny little gossips about Miss Elders.
All right.
Craziest business. Her and Miss Call had a quarrel. And here's what happened. They were sitting in Miss Elders' living room. They got in this argument, and the argument got, quite bitter, I guess. Very harsh remarks was exchanged. Well, sir, Miss Elders has a temper that'd choke a horse. She rose from her chair and said, I believe I will get my hat and leave, Miss Call. I feel that quite enough has been said. And she marched out of the room, into the hallway, slammed her hat on her head, and went outdoors.
Oh.
I bet you don't catch on to what's comical.
There's something comical?
Do you catch on to what's comical, Rush?
No.
She'd gone up and marched out of her own house. See, it was Miss Elder's living room they were sitting in.
Oh.
She marched out of her own house. It was excitement, I guess, made her do it. She must have let herself get the impression she was in Miss Call's living room. Anyway, she found herself out on the street with her hat on and no place to go. And you know what that dickens of a Miss Call done?
What?
Stayed inside. Stayed inside. Oh, for maybe 10 minutes. I think that's the funniest thing I ever heard of. Miss Call told Miss Donahue, and Miss Donahue told me. We just howled. I believe I will get my hat and leave, Miss Call. I feel that quite enough has been said. And she went striding and snorting out of her own house, never realizing. Oh, boy, I call that rich.
McDency, you say anything else over the phone that might give us a clue to this mystery?
I think I've told you the entire conversation.
It's so incredible. Why would there be 5 guys in the state of Maine anxious to meet me?
Couldn't say.
And even if there were 5 guys in the state of Maine anxious to meet me, why would Homer U. McDency spend money on a long-distance telephone call to ask me to pay my expenses clear across the continent to meet them?
Couldn't say.
I bet Homer U. McDancy's on the H.K. Fleeber order. Not all there in the upper story.
Oh.
Sounds to me like an ambush.
Ambush?
Yeah. Homer U. McDancy might have turned crook. He's trying to coax you away from home way off there in Maine. Once he gets you in Maine, he'll steal your watch and pocketbook.
Oh, boy.
For one thing, these names look fictitious. Ollie J. York. I call that fictitious as a horse. V. Donald Gix. Fictitious as a horse. Q.L. Cunningham.
Fictitious as a horse.
Sure. And also T.S. Slank and Urquhart Pugh Urquhart.
Fictitious as a horse.
Darn right.
Awful funny, huh, Vic, about Miss Elders?
Oh, yes.
Found herself out on the sidewalk with no place to go. Got so excited with her quick temper and all, she was under the impression she was marching out of Miss Call's living room. Oh, boy, I call that rich. Well, hey, here, I better trot out and see about supper.
Need groceries from the store, Mom?
No, I'll have to investigate the pantry and see.
Oh.
Better not trot off any place till I make certain.
Okay.
I don't suppose there could be 5 guys in the state of Maine that had heard so much about me they wanted to meet me.
Huh?
You?
Gee, I wouldn't know, Gal.
No.
Huh?
Be impossible.
Huh?
Shucks. Read off the names again.
Names the guys that are dying to shake you by the hand and make your personal acquaintance?
Yeah.
Ollie J. York, V. Donald Gix, Q.L. Cunningham, T.S. Slank, and Urquhart Pugh Urquhart.
So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where your late mate eat Archie the Magic speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, what's that noise? You helping your fat wife with the supper dishes? Well, what's all the racket? Oh, you're washing and she's throwing.
Duffy, fighting again. Why don't you try romancing her? Yeah, neck her a bit, put your arms around her. Huh? Well, all right, halfway around. You can't even get that far? Oh, well, can't you catch her when she's inhaling? Oh, when she exhales, the recoil knocks you across the room. Well, Duffy, frankly, these fights of yours is very discouraging, I was thinking about marriage myself. Well, it finally happened to me. Yep, I'm in love. Naturally with a girl. Her name is Peggy Lee. Well, I ain't met her yet. I just heard her singing. Kind of silly. I just fallen in love with a voice on a jukebox. That's nothing. You married a whole jukebox. Hello? Hello? You must have heard him. Boy, they lose more dishes that way. Well, my marriage is going to be different.
Look, Arthur, now, I was just...
Oh, hello, Eddie, old pal. How's your health today? I hope you are well, old pal.
I'm fine, old pal. How are you, old pal? And how much do you need, old pal?
I don't need nothing, Eddie. Today, I'm the most completely happiest guy in the world. And you know why?
Tell me, Black Spirit.
Well, we've been friends for a long time. I think I can confide in you. Eddie, I'm in love.
Well, bless your little heart.
Yeah, you're looking at a new man, wafted up on the wings of love. A knight in shining armor, sitting on me white horse.
Tell me, which way are you facing? Might I inquire as to who is the object of your affection?
Well, the objectionable lady happens to be, Eddie. Miss Peggy Lee, a singer.
Singer, huh?
Yep, I listened to her on a jukebox, and as soon as I heard her, I know it was it. I felt chemicals all over me. Eddie, I bet you I must have put 50 nickels in that machine.
50 nickels?
Well, naturally, I slipped in a few slugs.
She's not already.
No, not on this time, because if she looks anything like she sounds, up. By the way, she's coming down here tonight. I wrote her a letter offering her a job here.
That's grounds for divorce already. And look, and when she takes a look at you in that broken down apron...
She ain't gonna see me in a broken down apron, Eddie. I got me a whole new outfit. Suit, tie, shoes, hat, the works, She'll be looking at a new watch.
8 to 5, she'd rather look at old Van Johnson.
Yeah?
Look here. Where'd you get all these new clothes anyway?
Where did I get them? Only one of the finest tailors in town. Here, look at his card.
Yeah, I see. The Duke of Windsor Clothing Company, by appointment to His Majesty, 50 cents hold any garment in the store. Sounds like a very high class thing.
Yep, they give you the best deal on 3rd Avenue, Eddie. If suits cost them $11, they sell it for $11.
How do you make any money?
Hot wrapping paper. I think I'll call him up and see if it's ready. Hello? Duke of Windsor Clothing Company? Connect me with a college shop, please. Hello, Sam? This is Archie. How's the alterations coming? But, Sam, the coat pinched and the pants were so tight, I should go on a diet, huh?
Very high-class place.
Look, Sam, can't you let the suit out just a bit? You'll what? Loosen the stitches a little, huh? Well, okay, I'll send Eddie over for it. Eddie, go over and pick it up, will you? And don't let them give you a suit off one of them dummies.
All
right, Finnegan, what you been doing for amusement?
Oh, the same as usual.
Good old Finnegan. By the way, you remember that Peggy Lee I told you about that I heard singing on the record?
Yeah?
Well, she's coming down tonight in the flesh.
Archie, won't she be cold?
Finnegan, don't be such a jerk. I don't mean that the dame is coming down au gratin. She ain't no striptease. She's a high-class radio entertainer.
She's in radio?
Yeah.
So them people are really nuts. I know what I'm talking about, all right?
But I don't.
Oh, how about that day?
What day?
That Saturday.
Finnegan, please follow the example of your head, will you, and come to the point.
Look, I'm talking about the time I was on that Truth or Consequences program.
Oh, what was you, a truth or a consequence?
Yes, Dodge.
Oh, that'd be too tough to get. Well, what happened?
So they asked me a question, and when I told them I didn't know the answer, they hit me over the head, and then they poured water over me and hit me in the face with a big pie and knocked me down on the floor. But the joke was on them, Bud.
What do you mean?
I knew the answer all the time.
Finnegan, you know, it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks, Dodge.
Yeah? Sometime you and I must take a slow rocket to the moon.
Anytime, Mom.
Okay, it's a date. Another one. What is it, Miss Duffy?
I have a question to ask you. I'm looking for a male viewpoint.
Miss Duffy, be honest. What you're looking for is a male period. But I'm gay today. What is it again?
Well, I'm taking this course in home economics. You know, how to be a homemaker.
Well, ain't that kind of counting your chickens before they're hitched? Now, what's the question?
Well, how much do you think a man should give his wife every week to operate the household?
Well, I think it depends to an extent on the wife's salary. If she ain't working, you got to give her a little of your own money. What they call a budget. I'd say that a fair figure would be $8 a month for food and maybe $6 or $7 a month for rent. Depending on how many rooms you have, of course.
Well, I'm certainly glad I'm not getting married to you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Run a house on $15 a month. Huh.
It can be done if the housewife knows how to economize. For instance, when her parlor chairs wear out, instead of buying new ones, she'll make slip covers out of a couple of her old slips. She'll know how to embroider a bed sheet so it can also be used on the dining room table. A lot of little tricks, like how to clean out the ashtrays and carefully assort the butts according to size. How to sprinkle the paper flowers with toilet water so they smell real. But the main thing is, regardless of the money, a dame should remember that a man wants his comfort, that his home should be a home. Even the bathroom should look lived in.
Why, Archie, I didn't know you had such domestic ideas.
Well, I just got them recently, Miss Duffy. Oh, hello, Eddie. You back already?
Yeah, here's the suit.
Oh, thanks. I think I'll hurry up in the back room and put it on. She's liable to be here any minute. Well, Eddie, get a load of me. How do you like the new suit?
Well, pull down the shades and call me Sunset.
You like the color, Eddie?
Yeah, all of them. Let's see now. There's a green plaid over a red and yellow check with an orange pinstripe.
You don't think that it's too loud?
No, not next to that purple shirt you're wearing.
Well, aside from the color, what do you think?
Well, it's just a little skimpy, ain't it?
Skimpy?
Yeah, look at them pants. Whoever heard of anybody wearing pants that short?
Well, Eddie, how many men have legs like mine? I admit it. I I admit it's a little tight, but it's beautiful material. And believe me, I can be seen any place in it.
Yeah. Just bend over and you'll be seen every place.
Well, forget about the pants. Look at the coat. Look at these shoulders. Walter Pigeon himself ain't got shoulders like these.
Neither have you. Wait a minute. You still got the price tag hanging on it.
Well, that's part of my system, Eddie. I jacked it up to $18. Wait a minute. Why should I kid the dame that I'm wealthy? After all, I got looks and brains and personality. Leave her love me for myself.
Sure, why not? You do. What's conceit?
What conceit? Eddie, if you really understood me, you'd realize that I don't think I'm half as good as I really am. Hey, look at that dame that just come in. What a stack of Esquires. Eddie, you know me with them Varga blondes.
Yeah, you're just an old Varga blonde lover.
You ain't kidding. I beg your pardon, miss. You're Peggy Lee, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Who are you?
3 guesses.
Well, let me look at you. Manny Moe and Jack?
Oh, go on, you're kidding me. You know very well who I am. Who did you come down here to see?
Oh, wait a minute. You're not Archie.
You want to bet? But let me look at you. You know, I expected to find you a chicory chick, but I didn't know you'd have so much chalant.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine. Yeah. No wonder your voice comes out so good. Look where it's been. Why? I'll never forget the first time I heard you sing. You know, what a pair of pipes. Terrific.
Where did you hear me?
On the jukebox. Yeah, it was destiny, Connie. You know, I meant to play Spike Jones, but instead, I pressed you. It seemed like fate was guiding me very finger. I was so in love with you, Peggy, I played the record 12 times.
Oh, Archie, that's silly.
Silly? Look, honey, I don't know about you, but where I come from, playing a record 12 times at a nickel a crack is love.
Well, this is all very flattering, Archie, but what about the job?
The job? Now, wait a minute. You don't have to be standoffish just because I happen to be the boss around here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? Uh-huh. Well, look, I was gonna... Huh? Okay. Uh-huh. But look, Duffy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay.
Who was that?
My silent partner.
Oh, Mr. Duffy's your partner?
Well, yes, but he ain't got nothing to say about the place. I'm the real figurehead here, you know. I'm the guy that you got to impress.
Well, then why is this place called Duffy's Tavern?
Well, I was going to call it Archie's Tavern, but me family made her and paid it, you know. They were kind of lousy with tradition, and they didn't want a name dragged through the mud. There was enough of a shock to them when I sullied myself with honest toil. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. You realize, of course, that you're bound to fall in love with me.
I am?
Well, why should you be an exception?
Now, listen, Archie. I came down here to sing a song.
To sing a song. Don't try to fight it, honey. Believe me, it's bigger than both of us. Admit it. You love me, don't you? Well, you must care a little. Well, at least you're intrigued. What would you like to sing?
Oh, something appropriate.
Something appropriate? Like what?
What more can a woman do?
Oh, yeah, that's the one you sang on the record. Hit me with it again.
If he told me that I should feel, I guess I would the way I feel. For this is one thing I know is real. What more can a woman do? And if he told me that I should lie, I guess at least I'd have to try. 'Cause it's for him I live or die. What more can a woman do? It's just another story of Jim or Bill or Joe. But when you really love your man, you gotta let him know. If he told me that I should leave, that's only one thing I can't conceive. I'd rather give and not receive. What more can a woman do? What more can a woman do?
Hello, Duffy. What do you think of her? Huh? Has she any way of getting home? Huh? You're coming right over. Look, Duffy, take a tip. Don't waste your time. No, very SKINNY. Yeah. With BUCK teeth. Okay, you're welcome, Duffy. Well, there's more than one way to skin a wolf.
Well, Archie, what did Mr. Duffy think about my singing?
Oh, what's the difference what he thought? What does he know about music? You mentioned Stradivarius to him, and he thinks you're talking about a violin.
But, Archie, the Stradivarius is a violin.
Well, once in a while he makes a lucky guess. Now, Peggy, leave us get back to you and me. What is it this time? You think I lied? You coming down to see for yourself what she looks like? But Duffy. Peggy, quick, get your hat and coat on. Duffy's coming down.
So what? Is he so horrible?
Oh, look. When the boogeyman wants to frighten his children, he tells them Duffy will get them. Now, come on, leave us get out of here.
Oh, just a second, Archie. I'm not going to start to work here until I meet Mr. Duffy.
Why?
Well, after all, he'll be one of my bosses, and I feel I should be nice to him. I think I'll go fix my makeup. Let me know when he gets here.
That dirty Duffy. Always lousing me up. Wait a minute, I'll fix him.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Duffy. This is Mrs. O'Shaughnessy. Sure, is your charming wife there? Thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Duffy. This is a certain friend that wishes to warn you that your husband has plans tonight for a camp called you up because I hate to see that beast take a lovely, frail, delicate woman like yourself and make a big, fat fool out of you. Huh? Okay, you're welcome. And crowd him one for me, too, will you? Well, that's that. Pretty clever, huh, Eddie?
Masterful. There's only one thing.
What?
Miss Lee says she ain't gonna work yet till she meets Mr. Duffy.
Okay. She wants to meet Mr. Duffy, I'll give her a Mr. Duffy. If I have to produce another hideous corpus. Finnegan. Come here. Let me look at you. This is going to be a dirty trick to play on the both of them. Look, Finnegan, here's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Eddie, watch the joint a minute, will you? Will you stop arguing with me?
But I don't look like Duffy. I'm more than Winston Churchill could.
I told you the dame don't know what Duffy looks like. All she knows about is his personality. So just act stupid.
Oh, do me best, God. But don't expect me to be as stupid as Duffy. After all, he's older.
Well, I'll take the gamble, Finnegan. Now I'll call her over and have you meet her. Oh, Peggy, this is Mr. Duffy.
How do you do? I'm Peggy Lee.
How do you do? I'm stupid.
Me junior partner is a great joshie, you know, Peggy. By the way, Junior...
what is it, Senior?
Did you go down to the bank today like I told you to arrange for that second mortgage?
Second mortgage, Oh, yeah, but they wouldn't give it to me, Arch.
Why not?
They only allow one to a customer.
What? You know, Mr. Duffy, you're almost as stupid as Finnegan.
Oh, yeah? You know, you can get a punch in the nose for a remark like that.
Please, don't forget you're talking to the senior partner.
Just a second, Archie. You know something, Mr. Duffy? I say, Mr. Duffy.
Mr. Duffy, the dame is talking to you.
Oh, yeah. What was you saying, my dear?
Well, I was about to say that I think you're very cute.
Oh, go on.
No, I mean it.
Oh, cut it off.
But tell me, are you married?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, I got a wife, but I don't like it.
Oh, Mr. Duffy, I think you're just precious.
Yes, he is rather a precious little slob, ain't he?
Just a second. You stay out of this, singing.
Huh?
Miss Lee, I understand that you are a singer.
That's right. Would you like to hear me sing?
I'd be enchanted.
Now, just a second.
I'd rather you stay out of this, old man. Go ahead, Miss Lee.
Oh, fall of the night.
You said someday you'd turn the tide, and I'd be laughing on the other side. And you were right, baby. Baby, you were so right. You said someday the world would turn. I had some lessons that I had to learn, and you were right, baby. Baby, you were so right. I gave you a story, you gave me the gate. I wish you'd come back, but you say it's too late. I look kind of silly, holding it tight, but I guess I'll hold it until you come back. You said someday you'd pass me by, that I'd be telling you just one too many lies, and you was right, baby. Baby, you were so right. And you was right, baby. Baby, baby, you were so
Marvelous, marvelous.
Marvelous. Look, Peggy, why don't we ditch this creep here? Leave us go over to Roseland and kick it around a little, huh?
Well, okay, but maybe Mr. Duffy would like to go dancing, too.
But we both can't go.
Well, then, maybe you better stay here since you're the brains of the business.
Now, wait a minute.
Senior, you heard this girl. By the way, I'm a little broke, so if you don't mind, I'll take $5 from our cash register.
Now, just a second, Finnegan.
Finnegan?
That was my maiden name. Let's go. Good night, Senior.
Good night, Archie.
Holy cow. I created a Frankenstein out of a Frankenstein.
And so ends another chapter in the love life of Archie, the story of one man's fight against himself.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. In his cell in the state penitentiary, Mary's husband, Max Sanders, eagerly reads a letter from Mary, cherishing every word as he slowly studies the closely written page.
Max, dearest,
I promised you when you went away that your absence wasn't going to take you out of our lives, and that everything that happened here would be told to you every day by letter. It's about 11 o'clock at night now. You can imagine the fire beginning to go out in the fireplace. Yes, I can imagine. Doc Benson stopped in for a few minutes about 3 hours ago, but let's start at the beginning. That's cute. Yeah, that's a good place to start. I wrote you last night about Laura Barton coming to stay with Danny and Phyllis to take care of Phyllis and the baby. She's so anxious to be helpful. Daddy didn't know anything about it, so this morning I went over to the hotel to talk to Daddy. He wasn't at the desk, so I rang the bell a few times, shouting for service the way we always do.
Danny Stafford. Frontier service.
Oh, all right. Don't rush me. Oh, hello, Mary. What do you know? It's good.
Well, what do you know first?
You want to have a try at talking about the weather?
No. Have you talked to Danny yet?
Him? He's home in bed pounding his ear. Why, what's Danny got to fiddle?
Oh, Danny hasn't told you anything.
Told me what? What's happened now?
Laura Barton's coming to live with Danny and Phyllis.
Well, that's nice. Laura's a nice girl, but coming to live with Danny and Phyllis, why?
Why not? Phyllis needs regular massages and treatment if she's ever to get out of that wheelchair. There ought to be someone to get up at night if the baby's crying. Phyllis surely can't, and you know how Danny sleeps. Laura can be a lot of help around the place. She can even hasten Phyllis' recovery. Now, why shouldn't she come?
Oh, I don't say she shouldn't. I didn't say that at all.
Well, what do you think?
Laura's a pretty little girl, Mary.
Laura's a pretty big girl, Daddy. She's a woman. I didn't know what to say when she told me her plans, but apparently Danny and Phyllis had approved of the idea already, so there wasn't much I could do except agree.
From which I take it that you ain't as keen as horseradish about it.
No, not quite that.
I thought I'd get you to say it first. Nothing like knowing the drift of the wind before trimming your sails.
And then you don't approve of it either.
Well, I wasn't shooting blanks when I said that Laura was a pretty girl. She's pretty. Phyllis is an invalid and Danny's young.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
Young fella in Danny's position is a roving eye and who's to take issue with nature, which says it's natural.
Well, Danny and Phyllis have been so happy together, even in spite of her being invalid, and I'm always afraid that something might happen to spoil her. That's why I hesitated a little yesterday. Max thinks so much of Phyllis. He wants so much for her to recover. I wouldn't want him to worry about this thing even a little.
You don't have to tell him about it, do you?
Oh, yes, Daddy. I promised I'd tell him something about everything. Of course, I could tell him about Laura and Danny and
Laura Barton is so gay and full of life, and I'm sure she'll have a fine effect on Phyllis' state of mind, which means so much to her recovery. Yeah, I'm sure she will. When Laura made her generous offer, I was elated. We're all so happy about it. Yes, it's just like Mary. Now Phyllis will have regular care, and Danny won't have to worry about her. Mr. Barton went over to see how Laura was getting on in her new job, and then he came over here for a while. He was feeling in fine spirits about it.
I've just been over to see how Laura's doing, Mary. I thought I'd stop in for a moment here.
And how is Laura doing, Mr. Barton?
Let's let Laura alone for a while. I want to talk about you.
Oh, has something happened?
I told you the other day that the mill hands were getting to resent you on account of Max and all that. Well, I thought I'd better check up when you hinted maybe Gerald Truce was making it all up.
Well?
I had a long talk with Bill Brown at the mill. He says it's true, Mary.
The mill hands resent me?
Bill Brown's trying to make him forget it. But he sort of allowed maybe it'd be better if you... Well, what we spoke of yesterday.
You mean better for me to leave town and give up Max's stock in the Sanders interest?
We thought it over. We figured you'd be a lot happier about it.
Mr. Barton, I told you that when I became convinced that the town felt that way about it, I'd give up the fight, no matter what it meant to me and Max. I don't want to be the cause of trouble and suffering in Sanders, and if it's going to cause a clash between you and the mill and throw people out of work, why
Well, now, I thought about that, Mary. And I came to the conclusion that if you want to stay and fight it out, then good for you, do it. Only, well, to keep things quiet in town, I'd have to be careful about seeming to support you against the town.
Yes, I see, Mr. Barton.
I'll do whatever I can, but I'm afraid I can't do much from now on. I hope you understand my position.
Of course I do, Mr. Barton. You're kind in seeing a way to let me stay on. Because I owe it to Max to stay here, to save his stock and going to see you.
You know how we all wondered at the time of the trial how the mill people would take it. You know, as the mill goes, so goes Sam. We were afraid that they'd turn against us. We even thought that Mr. Barton's factory, which is so dependent upon the mill, might suffer if Mr. Barton continued to defend us. And we worried about people being thrown out of work if the factory failed. Yes, that's right, Mary. We sure did worry, didn't we? Well, just as the old saying has it, don't worry, it never happens. The people are as sweet as they can be about the whole thing, and most of them doubt very much that you had a fair trial. They believe in you. Boy, that's a load off my mind. It makes me think everything is really for the best, and that you'll come home in less than a year now, a bigger hero in town than ever before. Yes, it's sweet, too. Bigger hero in town than ever before. Dr. Benson, as I told you, stopped in around 8 this evening. I fed him some tea and muffins, and we gossiped. He wasn't very interesting, I'm sorry to say, and I chased him home early, told him to come back when he really had me.
You sure you won't have a cup of tea, John? Take just a minute.
No. There's nothing besides tea and cakes on my mind, Mary. I'm worried. I spoke to Gerald Proust not more than an hour ago. I have to figure out what he's up to now.
He's still angry because I didn't sell out Max's stock in the Sanders interest. Then he wouldn't try to hurt you because you're loyal to us.
I don't know, Mary.
But you spoke to him.
Yeah, he didn't say anything I could put a finger on. Just mentioned Merlin Davis vaguely, and made passes in the air, and mumbled a little more, and told me he wants to talk to me very seriously.
Well, didn't he say why?
No. But Merlin Davis, being board member for the Sanders interest, a lot of ice to the directors at my clinic.
Oh, Gerald Proust, would he dare to? Or would he?
I wouldn't put anything past Gerald Proust when he wants a thing badly enough. Mary, I'm sure Proust is planning to make some kind of proposition to me. Something like, give up your friendship for Mary Sothern, or else. I won't know for sure until I talk to him.
See, darling, how things have quieted down after all the excitement. Things are back to normal, and we've all settled down to wait for the happy day when you'll be coming back to us to take the old town by storm. Laura just called to say that she loves her work and says hello to you. Same Danny, same Phyllis, ditto the twins. Oh, I wish I could see those little guys. Twins. They're sleeping like angels. Take good care of yourself. Get plenty of sunshine during your exercise periods. Don't worry about anything and come back to us happy and safe. The last log just burned out, so good night, sweetheart. Good night. Forever. Mary. Gee, she's swell. And am I glad things are working out so nice for her? But good night, Mary.
Poor Max. If you only knew the truth. If you only knew.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I don't get Lum. I believe you're right.
Now, see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Pine Ridge is still minus 2 of its citizens, Elizabeth and little Pearl, but has now acquired a new citizen, at least temporarily. A young woman appeared at the Jot 'em Down store and left her baby with Lum and Abner while she went to the post office to buy a money order. However, she never went to the post office, nor did she return for her baby. And so far, no trace of her has been found. As we look at the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum has just entered. Listen.
Yeah, morning, Lum. Whereabouts is the baby?
Oh, let me sit down here. I'm wore to a frazzle. Oh. Wore to a frazzle.
Where's the baby at?
Oh, I left him over at the place there.
By himself?
No, I got Mousy to come over and stay with him.
Mousy, now what does he know about taking care of babies?
Well, I just give him instructions what to do. Just takes a little common sense, that's all. Women folks always make a lot of fuss over taking care of babies, but that's just a lot of husk and shuckings.
How'd you get along with him last night?
Oh, fine, dandy. Weren't nothing to it.
What you so wore out for then? You look like you never had a wink of sleep.
Well, I did get up once or twice with him. Just routine stuff, though. Just checking up on him. He cried a little bit long, about 10 o'clock, and I got up to see what was wrong with him.
What was wrong with him?
Well, I never did find out. I got him right back to sleep, though, in an hour or two. Maybe 3, I don't recollect.
You mean he cried for 3 hours?
Well, not study. He'd let up once in a while, especially when I'd swing him up over my head.
Was you swinging him around in the air in the middle of the night?
Well, he seemed to like it. My arms got awful tired, though, I can tell you that.
I do know. Did he ever get back to sleep?
Oh, yeah, sure. He went to sleep all right. I don't know, but I believe I must have some magic touch with young'uns. He went right to sleep after a while. Of course, a funny thing happened then.
Funny thing?
Yeah, I hate to tell it on myself. When he finally went to sleep, he was so doggone quiet that I got to worrying about him, so I got up to see why he wasn't making more noise, and then that woke him up, and he started crying all over again.
He did? I doggies, now, you're going to ruin that baby.
No, I ain't. It's natural for babies to cry. Besides, he never cried much the second time, just a couple of hours or so.
Couple of hours?
Yeah, I got him back to sleep again. I sat up in my rocking chair and rocked him the rest of the night.
For the land's sakes, Lum, that ain't no way to do with a baby. You're going to spoil him that way. Now, you better let me take him home with me tonight.
No, now, he's sort of used to it over at my place for now. Ain't good to drag young'uns all over the country to a lot of different places. Besides, Elizabeth ain't showed up yet to take care of him.
Well, I can do it. I'll do it. He's better than you're doing. I can tell you that right now.
No, you couldn't, Abby.
Yes,
You still got them old-timey ideas about raising young'uns. Wait a minute, I believe that's our ring.
Yeah, my ideas might be old-timey, but they don't keep a young'un crying all night long, I'll tell you that.
Hello, Jot 'em Down store, library, and publishing company. L. Eddard's talking.
I just tried for...
Oh, hello, Mousy. What's the trouble?
Rock him all night.
Yes, huh? Well, maybe he's a little hungry. Yeah, better give him some more milk.
Tell him to warm it up first, Mom.
Warm it up first, Mousy. Oh, I don't know, about a quart, I reckon.
That's way too much, Lum.
Make that a pint, Mousy.
That's still too much.
Well, give him as much as he wants and see how that works, Mousy. Yeah, call me back and let me know. All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
Doggies, Lum, you don't even know how you're supposed to feed him.
Well, I hate to see the little feller starve to death. Wouldn't hurt to fatten him up a little.
He's fat enough, just like he is. I recollect when little Pearl was about his age, she never weighed no more than
Wonderful world.
Oh, howdy, Cedric.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abner and Mr. Lum. Well, I got some news for you, Mr. Uncle Henry Lunsford told me about it.
Uncle Henry, the town marshal?
Yes, Mom. Yeah, I told Uncle Henry to check up on that woman that left the baby, Abner.
Oh.
What did he find out, Cedric? Well, he said to tell you he ain't found out nothing so far. Nobody knows nothing.
Well, didn't nobody get the license number on her car or see what state it was from or nothing?
No, nobody knows nothing, he said.
All right, Doggies, Lum, this is curious, you know what? First Elizabeth and little Pearl runs off. We don't hear a single word from them. And now this woman disappears and leaves a little young'un in our store. We don't know where she went or nothing.
Yeah, it does look mighty curious, don't it?
Yes, sir.
Reckon what a woman like her'd want to run off and leave a little baby for. Special, such a cute one.
Well, maybe she's just poor and couldn't afford to take care of it no more.
Well, that woman never looked poor, though. She's wearing nice clothes and driving her own car.
Yeah.
No, that couldn't have been it.
No, I reckon not. No.
There's something mysterious there, and I aim to find out what it is, too.
I wish we could.
First thing we got to do is find out who that woman is.
Yeah.
She sure likes to ask questions, don't she?
Likes to ask questions.
What do you mean by that, Cedric? Well, the other day she... Is that your ring there? Oh, yeah. Just a minute, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Edwards talking. Huh? Oh, what is it, Mousy? Wouldn't work, huh?
Is he still crying?
Yeah. What's that, Mousy? Well, I'd try something else this time. Give him some orange juice and tomato juice and anything else you see there.
Well, don't give him too much, Lum.
There's some buttermilk there, Mousy. Crumble a little cornbread up in it.
Corn, too, goodness.
Yeah, try that, Mousy, and if it don't work, call me back. All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
All right, doggies, Lum, now you're going to feed him too much stuff.
No, I ain't. The little feller's natural hungry, and got to have a lot to fill him up. When he gets his stomach full, he'll stop that crying.
Well, maybe that ain't why he's crying, or maybe it's something else.
Listen, Abner, I know what I'm doing. You just leave him up to me. What was you saying, Cedric? Mom, what'd you start to tell us about that woman asking questions?
Oh, that, well, the other day she seen me crossing the road and stopped me and asked me a lot of questions, that's all.
What was some of the questions, Cedric?
Oh, I forget most of them now. Mostly she asked me about you fellas, I think.
Us fellers?
Yes, Mom. If you's making any money and if you's kind and gentle and, well, I don't know what all.
Want to know if we's making money, huh? Doggies, Lum, you don't reckon she's one of them what do you call them, blackmailers?
No, I don't believe so, Abner. She never looked like that kind.
No, nice-looking woman.
Actually, she looked like an awful nice lady.
Yeah. Her voice sounded awful mysterious now that I think about it. Well, I believe it did anyway.
Oh, you're just imagining that, Abner. Did you say she wanted to know if we was kind and gentle, Cedric?
Yes, Mom, and generous, and whereabouts you lived at, and how you lived, and if you helped other folks, and a bunch of other stuff.
Well,
yes. That sort of looks like she is definite aiming on leaving the baby with us when she come in here, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she wouldn't ever have bothered to find out all that stuff about it.
Why, no.
She asked whereabouts your store was at, too, and where the post office was at. Recollect that now.
Did she ask that, Cedric?
Yes, Mom.
Well, that shows she ain't a very smart woman right there, Lum. 'Cause she got that all mixed up when she come in here. She thought this was a post office.
No, she didn't, Abner. I see through the whole thing now. She just used that as an excuse to get us to hold the baby for her.
She did, huh?
Well, she said she wanted to get a money order, but Vic said he never sold her none. She never even asked for one.
No, I know that. No.
She just jumped in her car and got out of town as fast as she could.
Yeah.
Vic seen her leave. But, of course, he never knowed nothing about the baby, or he could have run out there and stopped her. Wait a minute. I believe I got the phone again.
Oh, but I wish he had stopped her. I know that.
Hello, jot 'em down. Oh, is that you again, Mousy?
Oh, I'm taking care of the poor little fella.
Orange juice and tomato juice never work neither, huh? Is he crying as loud as ever?
Poor little fella.
Well, maybe he needs some solid food.
Uh-oh.
Look in the icebox, Mousy, and you'll find some pancakes left over from breakfast. Give him a couple or three of them.
Now, Lum, don't give him pancakes.
And put some sorghum molasses on them. That'll make them taste good.
Lum, you're going to kill him, sure as a word.
What is in the kitchen safe there, Mousy? Oh, yeah. Well, give him one of them fried eggs and a cold pork chop.
Oh, my.
Yeah, see how that works, Mousy, and then call me back. All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
You don't realize what you're doing now, Lum.
I know what I'm doing. He needs that solid food. I know I'd be trying to do if all I got to eat was milk and orange juice.
Oh.
What else did she ask you, Cedric?
I don't recollect nothing else, I don't believe.
Well, anyways, we know now that it wasn't no accident that she left the baby with us.
No.
We know she done it on a purpose. But what that purpose is, I can't figure out.
Well, now, what are we going to do about the baby, Lum?
Well, there's just one thing to do, and that's turn him over to the police.
Police? Well, he ain't stole nothing, has he?
Oh, this might be a kidnapping case for all we know.
Oh, he's too little to kidnap that woman, Lum.
I think we'll wait another day before we do it, though. We'll wait till tomorrow, and then if the woman ain't come back, why, we'll carry the baby into the county seat.
Yeah, if he lasts that long, the way you're taking care of him.
Listen, Abner, don't you worry about what I'm doing. I'm sort of a natural-born expert.
Well, if anything happens, just recollect that I don't want it.
Just a minute, that's our ring.
Oh, my.
Hello, John. Oh, hello, Mousy.
I hate to hear this.
He did, huh? Well, what all did you give him?
Poor little fella. Oh, my.
The pork chop done it, huh?
Oh, me. Oh, my goodness.
Was there plenty of sorghum on it? Well, much obliged for letting me know right away, Mousy. Yeah, I'll drop over there at lunchtime.
All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
Is he awful sick, Lum? Is he having convulsions or anything?
No, he's fine.
Fine?
Yeah. One pancake and one pork chop, and he stopped crying.
Oh.
Now he's as happy as a kitten. Mousy says he crawled over under the stove and went sound asleep.
Doggies, that's going too far. Feeding a young'un cold pork chops and pancakes and then letting him crawl under the stove to sleep. Now, what would that woman think of you treating her baby that way, Lum?
Baby? I ain't talking about the baby.
Huh?
He's been sound asleep all morning. It's that little pup I got for him to play with that's giving Mousy the trouble.
That's the Rinso White Whistle. Yeah, and Rinso means us. That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White. And Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Victor Moore. If you were to visit the DeWent household out in Kansas City, Missouri, just at the end of a working day, you'd probably walk in on a scene like this.
Charles, Mother's home.
You see, Mrs. DeWent wrote us.
The Rinso whistle is our way of telling the children we're home from work.
And, of course, that isn't all the Rinso whistle means to the DeWent family. With two active youngsters, Charles and Elise, Mrs. DeWent finds Rinso a mighty important item. On wash day, Rinso saves plenty of time and work. And in the dishpan, Rinso's soapy-rich suds chase grease and clinging food particles in a flash. Try Rinso yourself, won't you? Tomorrow. And now, our stars, Amos and Andy, and their guest, Victor Moore. True love has finally come to Andy Brown. It has come in the shape of Yvonne Jefferson, and truly a lovely shape. Tonight, Andy is on his way to the Harlem branch of the Honesty Insurance Company, where Yvonne is employed, to surprise her when she gets through work. Amos is driving Andy over in the taxicab. Yeah, Amos, Yvonne is sure gonna be surprised when I calls for her. She don't expect me.
Oh, yeah, it's 8 o'clock. You sure she gonna be there this time of night, Andy?
Oh, yeah, she's a hard-working gal. She get overtime by working late, you know.
Oh, I see. You really crazy about this gal, ain't you, Andy?
Oh, I'll say I is. Where can you find a gal that's as sweet as she is? Charming, cultured, and make overtime. Tell you the truth, I was going to ask her to marry me.
You mean you really going to take the plunge, Andy?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, here's the building here, Andy. Honesty Insurance Company.
Yeah, come on, Amos, come on.
Yeah, I don't see no lights in none of the offices.
Yeah, well, she work in the room in the back.
Oh, you going to the back door, huh?
No, there ain't no back door. I'm going up the alley and stick my head in the window and surprise her.
Oh.
Only you better come along and boost me up, because it's a high window.
Okay, son. Say, that's a high-class-looking box of candy you got down your arm.
Yeah, well, I had this good-looking box, and I done filled it up with dime store candy. And then I put a ribbon around it.
Yeah, well, ain't she going to know it's dime store candy even though you got it in that fancy box there?
Oh, no. The only way she could tell is by eating it, but I has done read $2.50 on the bottom of the box.
Oh, yeah.
So you see, her eyes will pop out at the price before her tongue can pop out at the candy. Wait a minute. There's the window there now. Boost me up on this ash can so I can see what...
All right, get a hold in. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, me. I wonder how Romeo ever got up on that balcony. Wait a minute now. Yeah, that's okay, Amos. That's okay.
Is she all right now?
Shh. I can see her. She's there by herself. And she's going to... Uh-oh. This ain't good. I don't believe it. I see it with my own eyes, and I still don't believe it. Amos, get me down.
Yeah, come on. What's the matter, Andy?
Nothing at all. Come on.
Well, where's we going? Ain't you going to surprise Andy?
She done beat me to it, Amos. She done surprised me.
Kingfish. I ain't no mood for paper.
Yeah, see here in the headlines, say Honesty Insurance Company robbed of $796. Ain't that the place your girlfriend works, that Yvonne Jefferson?
Yeah, she worked there.
Mm-hmm.
Kingfish, you think the police is going to catch the one that done it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a sure thing. And the police do everything scientific these days. Oh, yeah, I seen a moving picture once where the only clue was a piece of hair. They analyzed the hair and they found some special kind of tonic on it. Then they analyzed the tonic and find out what drugstore it was bought at. Then they analyzed the druggist. Oh, I tell you, from one piece of hair, you ain't never seen so much arresting in all your life. The whole thing ought to be a good lesson to criminals.
Yeah, what's the lesson?
Always wear a hat when you go on a job. You know that.
Yeah, listen, Kingfish, here comes Amos. I wonder if I could be alone with him. I want to speak to him about something confidential.
Oh, sure thing, Anna. Well, hello there, Kingfish. Hi, Anna.
Hello.
Well, hi, Amos. Just leaving here. Well, good luck to you. See you boys later. So long.
Amos, did you see the paper? You mean about the Honesty Insurance Company robbery? Yeah, I did, Andy. Amos, I'm going crazy here. I got to talk to you. Listen, when I looked in that window last night, I see Yvonne take some money out of the safe and put it in her pocketbook. Amos, what must I do? Well, Andy, you just got to tell the police, huh? Yeah, but how can I do that? I was in love with Yvonne. Andy, if she took that money, then you was in love with the wrong gal. Oh, no. Not if she's got $796, I am. Well, now, look. Now, let's face the thing here. You done see something and you want to know what you must do about it. Now, I done told you what you must do. And I feel this way about it, Andy. It is your duty to report to the police what you done see. No matter who you see do it, that's your duty, son. Yeah, I was afraid you was going to say that. I guess you're right, though, Amos. I got to tell them. Oh, me. Poor little Yvonne. Yeah? Yesterday we was two little lovebirds. Now she's going to be a jailbird and I'm going to be a stool pigeon.
Well, Brother Andy, I see that your gal has been arrested.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, according to the newspaper here, what would they say there? Say something about that she's been indicted, I believe, and they done let out on bail, ain't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it seems that some cousin of hers put up the bail for according to the newspaper article.
Yeah, listen, Kingfish, you knows about the law. Tell me this, if a party of the first part tell the police, which is the party of the second part, what he seen the party of the third part do I have to appear in court against her as the party of the fourth part?
That's some party you got there, son. Let me think here now. You know, that comes under the America's Hebrews Witness law. Yeah, that's what it does. All that versus vice stuff. I remember that law, yeah. Now, wait a minute. Let me think. I know of a case just like that. The case of the state of Ohio versus my brother-in-law. Now, let me see. How did that go? They wanted him to appear as a witness, and he didn't want it. He flatly refused because he knew that they couldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah, well, what happened?
I don't know. I'm going to ask him as soon as he get out of jail. I do that. Now, listen here, Andy. Here's what you got to... wait a minute. Who is this coming in here?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Hello. My name is Victor Moore. Is there a Mr. Andrew Brown around?
Well, what you want to see him about, mister?
Yeah, I'm going to beat it, Andy. I'll see you later.
Okay, Kingfish, okay.
Aha!
Huh?
He called you Andy. Then you are Mr. Brown. I know it.
Well, so what? I know it before you did.
Well, would it be all right if I sat down?
Sure. Go ahead. Sit down. In connection with what can I do something for you about?
Well, it's just a little matter of, I don't know quite how to put it, but I just have to offer you this summons.
Well, thanks just the same, but excuse me for protruding, but, did you say
Is it too late to say that I ain't Andrew Brown?
Well, here's the summons.
Well, I ain't gonna accept it.
Oh, please.
No.
Pretty please?
No, sir. I ain't accepting no summonses.
Well, I tried to ask you nicely, but it looks like I'll have to get tough.
Well, it ain't gonna do you no good. Go ahead, get tough.
All right. Now listen, Bud. Either you take this summons or I'll shove it down your throat if you don't object.
I'm telling you once more, you was wasting your time.
But I'm supposed to serve you with this summons, and if I don't, it puts me in an awful bad light.
Well, the light is better outside anyway. Goodbye.
I wish you'd take it.
You know, I always thunk that they sent out great, big, strong, husky, tough guys to serve summonses. But instead of that, they send you.
Well, don't you know there's a war on?
Listen, Mr. Moore, I'm going to put my cards on the table. The reason I ain't going to accept this summonses from you is because if I do, that means that I got to go to court and testify against the woman I love.
Yes, well, if you don't accept it, it means that I'll most likely get fired. I'll be a failure, and my wife will leave me, and she'll leave me all alone and never come back to me.
Well, gee, Mr. Moore, I didn't know. Gosh, I wouldn't want your wife to leave you.
Well, you know, it might not be a bad idea at that.
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't want your wife to leave you. I'll tell you what, give me the summonses.
No, I don't think I could do that, because then you'd have to go to court and your girl would go to jail. I'll just tear it up.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I ain't gonna have your wife leave you. Give me that summons.
No, I won't give it to you. I won't send the girl to the penitentiary. I'll starve first.
Is you gonna give me that paper, or is I gonna have to take it away from you?
You're not man enough to take it away from me. If I don't want to serve a summons, a mule couldn't pull it away from me.
Oh, is that so? I couldn't I? Give me that. Come on, give me that. Give me it.
I will not. I won't give it to you.
Give me that.
No, you let me keep it. Oh, you shouldn't have taken it.
Listen, mister, let me tell you something. You is too soft-hearted. Take my advice and get out of this summonses business. You don't belong in it.
Oh, that's so. I've been serving him for 40 years, and I never saw this method fail yet. So long, sucker.
How's here?
All right. Say, listen, you've been reading about my gal that done got arrested, ain't you?
Oh, yes, indeed. Been reading all about it.
Yeah, well, you as a lawyer, do you think they're going to send her to jail?
Well, I don't say it is, Andy, but if I was her, I wouldn't buy no spring outfit.
Yeah, well, you see, I was in a funny spot, Gabby, and I'd sure like to know what to do about this trial. You see, on one hand, I got to go to court and testify against Yvonne. And on the other hand, I don't want to see her get convicted. What must I do, Gabby?
Well, as I see it, Andy, it's a clear-cut case of homicide.
Homicide?
Yeah. You got to go home and figure out whose side you're on. That's homicide if I ever heard it.
Look, Gabby, I was wondering if you got any kind of ideas on what kind of defense she can put up in court for taking the money out of the safe.
Wait a second, Andy. I got it. I know just defense she ought to put up. Just what she must tell the jury.
Yeah? What must she tell them?
Tell them she thought it was Confederate money and she was taking it home as a souvenir.
Gabby's legal advice isn't much help to Andy in his dilemma. We'll learn what he does about it in just a moment. When you've two active youngsters and a husband who's a garage mechanic, you've a full-time job just keeping the family fed and in clean clothes. But Mrs. DeWent of Kansas City, Missouri, does that and more. She holds a regular job in a war industry besides. You can see that efficiency methods are a must with Mrs. DeWent. No wonder she wrote us,
I've used Rinso for my family wash and kitchen use for over 12 years.
And you can bet your best bonnet that Rinso's been a big helping hand to Mrs. DeWent. Why, with Rinso's soapy rich suds on the job, it takes as little as a 10-minute soaking to get clothes dazzling clean. Then a few quick finger rubs on extra grimy places, and they're ready to rinse. Yes, Mrs. DeWent's got plenty of reason to be proud of the wash she hangs out. Every piece. Yes, Rinso White, in washable colors fresh and bright, safely, after dozens of washings. You see, Rinso's soapy rich suds get out more dirt, from whites and colors. You better get Rinso next wash day. And now, back to Amos and Andy. Well, today is the first day of the trial of Yvonne Jefferson. The Kingfish and Henry Van Porter are in the hall outside the courtroom waiting for court to be convened.
Well, Kingfish, are you all set for the big trial?
Yes, Henry. It ought to start any second. That courtroom sure is crowded in there.
Yes, it is. I hope we get seats.
Yeah, well, I was all set. You see, I got my wife inside holding 2 seats down in front. She kind of spread herself out, reserving both places.
Yes, well, your wife can do that.
Ain't it the truth? Wait a minute, your wife ain't no demitassel herself,
Well, now, listen here, Kingfish.
Say, fellas, you ain't seen Andy, have you?
No, Amos, I ain't seen him for 5 days. What you so excited about?
Yes, what's the matter?
Well, nobody's seen him for 5 days. The trial has started already, and he ain't here yet.
Will you please clear the hall? Those of you who are going into the courtroom better get in there. Trial's been on for 5 minutes.
Oh, well, that must mean that Andy is going to arrive. Come on, fellas. Come on.
And I say to you, members of the jury, this is a clear-cut case of grand larceny. And there's no testimony the defense can present which will refute this. I would like to call the first witness to the stand, George Stevens, Kingfish of the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
Sir, coming right up. Got you just in time, sir. Coming right here,
Mr. Stevens, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
I do. I showed you. Got my integrity right here with me, sir. I do,
Sit down, Stevens.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now then, what can you tell the court in regard to the character of the defendant?
You mean the gal that stole the money from...
Objection, Mr. Dade.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Witness will confine himself to answering the questions put to him.
Put that question again, please, Mr. Prosecutor.
Prosecutor.
Sir.
The question, Stevens, has to do with the character of Yvonne Jefferson. What do you know about her?
Well, Mister, if I can't say something good about a person, I never say nothing. So in her case, I shuts up, you see. On the other hand, I has knowed her for a while, and frankly, I wouldn't trust her with a hot stove on a dark night.
Objection.
Okay, a cold stove on a dark night.
Objection. Mr. Dade, you may step down, Mr. Stevens.
That's what I've done to Prosecutor. Now, give me another crack at it. I might do better here.
Step down, Stevens.
Yes, sir. Get him down.
Will Andrew H. Brown please take the stand? The court will be cleared if order is not maintained. Swear the witness in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
So help me.
Brown, how long have you known the defendant?
Who, me? We as old friends. We've practically grown up together lately.
How long have you known her?
4 weeks. We growed up fast.
Did you see the defendant at approximately 8 o'clock on the evening of December 21st, 1944 at the Honesty Insurance Company?
Well, me and Amos were...
Answer yes or no.
Can I have a glass of water?
You... Clerk, pour the witness a glass of water.
Yes, sir.
Here you are.
Thank you. Boy, was I thirsty.
Brown, tell the court in your own words just what transpired on the evening of December 21st at the Honesty Insurance Company.
Yes, well, I had a box of candy for her, so I went around in the back of the insurance company to surprise her through the window. I climbed up on the ash can and I looked in.
And when you got up on the ash can, Brown, could you see the defendant through the window?
Oh, yes, sir.
Tell the court exactly what you saw.
Well, when I looked through the window, I see the, can I have another glass of water?
Yes. Order in this court. Order.
Here's your water, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
The court would appreciate it if the witness would take a long drink so we won't be bothered in the near future.
saw
Excuse me for a moment. Can the defense ask the witness one question?
Well, this is highly irregular, but if the prosecution has no objection, the court has none.
No objection. You may answer the question, Brown.
Judge, if I object here, would you sustain it?
No!
Okay.
Defense attorney may ask the question.
Mr. Brown, when you looked through that window from the top of the ash can, is it not true that you saw your wife in that room?
Yes, sir, that's true.
That's true. Do you mean to tell the court that you did not see the defendant, Yvonne Jefferson?
Yes, sir, I seen her, too. I see them both at the same time because they're both the same people. Me and her got married this morning.
What do you... If the court please, the defense moves to strike out the testimony of this witness, Andrew Brown, on the grounds that a man is disqualified by law from testifying for or against his wife.
Yes, that is the law. The witness will step down, and the court reporter will strike out his testimony, and the jury is instructed to disregard what he has said. You're excused, Mr. Brown.
Does that mean I ain't got to tell nobody about me seeing her steal the money?
Say, Shorty, has you seen Andy?
Andy, why can't you find him?
No, ain't nobody seen him since he left the courtroom yesterday. Not even his wife. And being at your barber shop, it was right next to his office, I figure you might have seen him go in there.
Well, Andy was in here a little while ago and he said goodbye to me.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Say, Shorty, did he tell you where he was going?
Yeah, he said he was catching a train to San Francisco. He was going to take a Pullman to New Hampshire. He had up a bus going to Louisiana. He was catching the sleeper to Chicago. No reservations.
Well, now, Shorty, pull yourself together. Now, listen, was he really going away?
Yeah, I remember now. He told me he was catching a boat.
Catching a boat, huh? That must mean that he's down at one of the docks.
Yeah, so that's where they leave for most of the time.
Yeah, look here. I was going to get Amos and go down there right now. I wonder how far he figured on going. Did he have much stuff with him, Shorty?
Yeah, he was carrying everything he owned. He had one of them big suitcases, two of them big camels. He had like a big steamer trunk. He had two big boards, just a shoebox.
Amos, now, I done looked all around. This is the only dock where a boat is leaving today. Now, Andy must be around here someplace. Yeah, this boat here goes through the Panama Canal, somebody told me. I just wish I knew why Andy was going away alone. Something awful wrong about this whole thing, Kingfish. Yeah, he done got married to that gal to save her, and he ain't seen her since yesterday in the courtroom. You know, if he is running away from something, it looked like a... Wait a minute. Look, Amos, look. Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's Andy over there now at the ticket window. Come on, Kingfish. Yeah, that's him. Come on, let's get over there. Come on. Say, Andy. Hey, Andy. Amos.
Hey, Kingfish, what are you doing down here?
Oh, nothing, Andy. Nothing. We just trying to walk around. We ain't trying to mess in your business, nothing. We just wanted to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye. I was off to the South Seas. And Amos, I want to tell you something. You has been a good friend. I'm going to send you a coconut.
Brother Andy, I just come down to say goodbye to you, too, you know.
Yeah, well, goodbye to you, too.
Say, Andy, just while we're standing here, just tell us nothing about the wedding. You know, when one of my friends usually gets married, why, I like to hear all about it, how it worked out and everything, you know. Tell us about it. Yeah, tell us about it, Andy. You got time before your boat goes.
Well, it was just a simple ceremony.
They're the best kind. Simple ceremonies for simple people. Yeah, they're good, all right.
Well, we went to this justice of the peace, and he stood in front of us. And Yvonne was on one side of me, and Justice's wife was on the other side, and behind me was Yvonne's cousin with the gun, and there was some organ music.
Wait a minute. What did you say about a fellow with a gun, Andy?
Did I say that? Oh, me, I ain't had no business saying that.
Come on now, Andy, talk. Now, come on, talk. Yeah, Andy, you was forced into that marriage. Ain't that right? Now, tell the truth, Andy. Wasn't you forced into that?
Amos, please. The cousins say if I said anything, they'd find me floating down the river. And you know I can't float a stroke.
Yeah, well, we ain't gonna let them get away with nothing like that. Now, is we, Kingfish? No, sir, we ain't. Come on, Ender. We is going to get this marriage null and voided and canceled on top of that.
Therefore, in view of the fact that said Andrew Brown was forced into this marriage under the threat of bodily harm, I do hereby declare said marriage null.
Who gets the custody of the $796?
And now that you can legally testify again, Brown, will you please tell us what you saw from the top of the ice can?
Yes, sir. I thought... But first, can I have a glass of water?
The defendant, Devon Jefferson, having been found guilty, is hereby remanded to the custody of the sheriff and ordered held for sentence. Court adjourned.
Well, Andy, put it there, son. Put it there. I guess that is over now.
Yeah, thank goodness that's over. As you showed, they done caught that cousin fella that was the best man at my wedding.
Oh, yeah, he is in jail, all right, Andy. Only he wasn't no cousin of Yvonne. He was her real sweetheart.
He was?
Yeah.
Well, Amos, that experience has done taught me one thing. No more women.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Oh, boy, I is off of women for life.
That's the stuff.
They is poison. So help me, if I ever look at another woman again, if I ever look at
what is you staring at, Andy?
There goes the sweetest looking gal I done ever seen. So long, Amos. I'll see you later.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Ladies, get a box of Rinso tomorrow first thing. Try it on the dishes. You'll whiz through the job in next to no time. And Rinso's safe suds are kind to your hands. Don't get them red and rough. And next wash day, try Rinso in your tub or washer. You'll soon be whistling while you wash.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and the color so bright, you'll sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now Amos and Andy have a few words of vital importance for all of us.
Friends, careless talk can lengthen this war.
Our government has definite proof that Germany is desperate for any scrap of information that may be able to postpone an Allied victory.
So remember, if you hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you've read it in the newspapers, magazines, or heard it on the radio, then you are free to talk. Good night, folks.
Be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Victor Moore, who will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Ziegfeld Follies. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight to all of you from all of us and reminding you that the used fats you ladies turn in to help to supply the vital medicine so badly needed by our fighting men. Don't stop saving used fats. Turn in every pound to your butcher regularly. He'll give you 4 cents and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. You know, ladies, now that so many meats are back on the ration list, those extra red points are going to come in mighty handy. So don't forget, turn in every pound of used fats promptly.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you 2 big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe, it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop BO. National Broadcasting Company.
George, how many lumps do you want in your coffee?
2. Thanks.
Is there anything interesting in the paper today, or is it just news?
Just news.
Say, you're lucky to have the paper. Mr. Lastvogel's dog is always chewing it up.
I wish that Snoopy Nato would keep his dog away from here.
Yesterday morning, he bit little Orphan Annie in the funny section.
Well, he better not bite Superman.
How many lumps do you want in your coffee?
2. Thanks.
George, did you take the little duck for a walk this morning?
Gracie, last week that duck hunting trip cost me plenty. And I just as soon not have that web-footed headache around here.
Oh, he's so cute. He even comes when I call him. Here, ducky, ducky, ducky.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here.
Oh, now you frightened him.
Frightened him? I'd like to fricassee him.
Oh, now. Come here, little ducky. Oh, don't listen to that mean old daddy duck. Don't worry, little ducky. He's not really your daddy.
Well, that's a break for me, too.
George, how many lumps?
2. Thanks.
You know, little Henrietta understands every word we say.
No, the duck's name is Henrietta?
Yes.
Yesterday his name was Herman.
I didn't buy those eggs you had for breakfast.
Thanks, Henrietta.
Now, you see how smart she is, George. She can spell, too. Go on, Henrietta, spell cat. There you are, C-A-T, period.
Nice spelling. Okay, I'll take that silly duck out for a walk again.
But you haven't had your coffee yet, George. How many lumps?
2. Thanks. Oh, boy. This coffee is awful.
Why, what's the trouble?
Too cold. Come on, Henrietta, let's go. Hello, Bill.
Hello, George.
Gracie's inside. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, a duck with a harness on. Are you kidding?
Come on, Henrietta. Come on.
Well, I still can't believe this. Gracie, look at him through the window. Doesn't he walk with the cutest waddle?
Well, sure, that's why I married him.
You know, that's the most ridiculous sight I've ever seen. A grown man walking down the street with a duck on a leash. People must think he's crazy. He should get a swan.
Why a swan?
Shall I tell her?
Oh, Bill, I'm certainly glad you got here. I'm in a terrible mess, and I need help.
Well, Gracie, what is it?
I got a letter from a boy who used to be my sweetheart when I went to school, and I'm afraid to show it to George. You know how jealous he is.
Oh, well, that's nothing. I'll fix it. Hey, George.
Yeah, Bill.
Come in here, will you?
Why did I drive the duck to the fence?
Now, don't worry, Gracie. Leave everything to me.
All right.
What is it, Bill?
Say, George, you're a smart fella. Now, if Paul Whiteman's wife, say, got a letter from a boy who used to be her sweetheart when she went to school, what do you think he ought to do about it?
Why, nothing. That's kid stuff.
Okay, Gracie, read the letter.
What? A letter?
Dear Gracie, I'll be in town today, and we'll phone you before I drop in and see you. We haven't seen each other since our school days, and it might be fun. Signed, Keith Fowler. P.S. Remember that rainy afternoon?
Gracie, what happened that rainy afternoon?
It rained.
What happened after that?
It cleared up.
Who is this fellow?
Keith Fowler?
Yeah, Keith Fowler.
Oh, my girlhood sweetheart. Oh, George, he was wonderful. I'll never forget the day I met him. Such old world charm, so devil-may-care, so smooth, handsome, yet intensely masculine.
How old was he?
6.5.
6.5?
Yes, but he had the mind of a boy of 7.
Well, what am I getting excited about?
Sure, and you were worried about that rainy afternoon.
When Keith was 19.
19?
Yes, and boy, was he an athlete.
Oh, he was an athlete.
Yeah, well, you know where you have that vaccination mark on your arm?
Yeah.
That's where he has muscles.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's wrong with my arm? Look at it.
Oh, that reminds me. I better tell Hilda to make some spaghetti for dinner.
Spaghetti,
Hilda!
Say, Bill.
Yes, George?
Look, now that Gracie is gone, you can do me a favor.
Yeah.
When this Fowler guy gets in, if he starts talking about athletics, I know nothing about it. So will you please change the subject?
Well, George, that would be very rude.
Well, you can do it subtly. For instance, I'll show you. Go ahead, start talking about athletics.
Well, okay. Well, now take Greg Rice of Notre Dame. There's an athlete. There's a fella.
Hey, Bill, where'd you get that suit?
Oh, you like it, huh?
Well, I don't like it, but I changed the subject, didn't I?
Well, gee, George, you did at that. Now, go ahead, do it again, and this time I'll try to stick to the subject.
Well, go ahead, start.
Well, right now, Greg Rice holds the indoor record for 2 miles.
Oh, that swan soap.
For 3,000 meters.
It's a white floating soap.
For 3 miles.
It's a good soap.
And no other... Good. Is that all you can say for Swan?
Say, Bill, I did it again.
Why, Swan is the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s.
See how easy it is to change the subject?
Why, Swan is 8 ways better than old-style floating soap.
I guess it's not so easy.
Good, he says. Why, Swan lathers twice as fast, even in the hardest water. Swan gives you loads of thick, creamy suds.
Now it's practically impossible.
Swan costs no more than old-fashioned floating soaps, yet Swan gives you more real soap for your money.
That's a nice suit you got on, Bill.
Your family will like Swan for washing the dishes. And Swan is great for silk stockings and underthings. It's so gentle and sudsy, and it holds the record for 2 miles.
For 2 miles?
How do you like that? I switched myself off the subject.
Well, I can't understand that.
Hey, George, did anybody drop in, say, like, for instance, Keith Fowler?
Gracie, don't mention that man's name.
Oh, George, don't get upset. Keith is just a boy I went through school and high school with. I did have a crush on him, but so many things started to happen that I lost track of him.
Well, what kind of thing?
Oh, just awful, terrible things. My father went bankrupt, we lost our home, and we had to move to another city, then we were dispossessed.
Just one calamity after another.
Yeah, then I married you.
Well, I've heard enough. I'm going up to my room.
Did I say anything wrong? George!
Paul Whiteman and the orchestra playing High Neighbor.
himself up in his room. All on account of Keith Fowler.
Say, Gracie, what really happened on that rainy afternoon?
Well, I'll tell it to you, Bill, if you promise not to tell George.
Well, I promise.
Well, what happened was... here comes George. I'll tell you later. I wouldn't upset him for the world, so don't even mention Keith.
All right.
That's a pretty tune you're whistling, Keith.
Keith!
I mean...
Now, look here, Gracie. If you think for one moment that I give a rap about that silly love affair you had in school, you're crazy.
Well, no wonder you're upset. You didn't have your coffee this morning. Hilda, bring Mr. Burns some coffee.
Calling me Keith.
Oh, stop pouting. Stop throwing rubbish out the window.
It's not rubbish. I'm throwing some bread at the duck. You're welcome.
George, you're getting excited for no reason at all. This is something you've built up in your own head, and there's really nothing in it.
Sure, I'm wrong. I'm always wrong. Everybody is right except me.
Hello? Well? Oh, sure, I'll be glad to. Goodbye.
What is that? Why did you open the window?
Mr. Lashvogel said he couldn't hear the fight.
Well, this is fine. Where's my coffee?
¿Sabes que Gil está ocupado en la cocina, por eso me mandó...
Senor Lee, I told you to stay away from this house. And if that Hilda keeps on letting you in here, I'm going to fire her.
That is no way to talk about a girl who is out there right now working her fingers to the bone, washing shirts and socks and handkerchiefs.
Gracie, she shouldn't do all that washing.
You want me to go around dirty?
Another word out of you and out you go.
Senor Burns, you should hold your tongue. And it is always outward you can grab it.
Well, get back in the kitchen.
Qué barbaridad con este cara de chango. No voy a poder estar en
well, someday I'm going to buy a Spanish dictionary and find out what that guy is saying.
George, come here.
What is it, Bill?
Now, listen, don't get upset. Keith Fowler mentioned in his letter that he's going to phone before he gets here. See? Well, as soon as the phone rings, I'll answer it and get rid of him.
Oh, well, thanks, Bill. That'll be great. Okay. Gracie, forget the whole thing. I'm not mad anymore. It's all over.
I knew I'd did my way.
Bill,
Gracie,
take the phone.
I'll take the phone.
All right.
Hello? What? Who? Oh, sure. We're expecting you. Come right over.
Why, you double-crossing...
It's Jimmy Cash.
Oh.
Oh, so, George, you're not mad anymore, huh?
No, I wasn't mad. I was only kidding. I can hardly wait to meet Keith. Isn't that right, Bill?
Yeah, he'll get a big kick out of George.
He certainly will.
George, you like Keith. He was not only the best athlete in school, he also had a beautiful singing voice. Every day when he walked me home from school, he'd sing Yippee-Ki-Yay to me. I lived 3.5 courses from school.
3.5 courses, huh?
Well, it was really a little further. He used to hold the last note.
Yippee-Ki-Yay. That's my favorite song, too.
Oh, and George, you're really not angry about what happened that rainy afternoon?
Yeah, probably nothing.
Oh, of course it was nothing.
Sure. Gracie, really makes no difference if you feel like telling me, all right, but what really happened that rainy afternoon?
Well, I promised Keith not to tell.
But, Gracie, I'm your husband.
But it isn't fair to break a promise, George. You wouldn't like it if you were my sweetheart.
If I were your sweetheart. Gracie, don't ever speak to me again.
Say, George, would you like some sugar for your coffee?
Bill, tell her I don't want any.
Gracie, George said to tell you he doesn't want any.
Well, tell him he's not going to get any.
George, Gracie said to tell you you're not going to get any.
Well, tell her thanks.
Gracie, George said to tell you thanks.
Oh, tell him welcome.
George, Gracie said to tell you welcome.
Here comes Whiteman up the front steps.
Hey, ouch, my God.
What's the matter, Paul?
That duck out there just hit me on the ankle.
Oh, now don't be silly. A duck has no teeth.
Well, I don't want to be gummed to death for no duck.
Hello, Paul.
Say, Bill, will you tell Mr. Burns to tell Mr. Whiteman not to say such mean things about poor little Henrietta?
Sure, George. Gracie said to tell
I heard her, Bill. And tell Mrs. Burns she can tell Mr. Whiteman herself.
Okay, Gracie, George said to tell you.
Yeah, I know, Bill. And, Bill, tell Mr. Burns to ask Mr. Whiteman to sit down.
George,
Never
Gracie.
mind, Bill. Never mind. Mr. Whiteman wants to sit down. He's smart enough to figure it out for himself.
Hey, what's going on? Are you kids playing? Are you playing a message from Reuters?
Well, we are acting like a bunch of kids. Bill, tell Gracie I'd like to kiss and make up.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to get in this game, too. Bill, you tell it to me, and I can tell it to Gracie?
Oh, shut up.
Oh, let him play, George.
Oh.
Paul, George told me to tell you to tell Gracie that he'd like to kiss and make up.
Gracie, George told Bill to tell me to tell you that he'd like to kiss and make up.
Would you mind repeating that question?
You heard him. I told Bill to tell Paul to tell you that I'd like to kiss and make up.
All right. Then you kiss Paul, and Paul, you kiss Bill, and Bill, you can kiss me.
Gracie, don't ever speak to me again.
What did I do now? George!
Say, here comes Jimmy Cash up the walk.
Gee.
Hello, Jimmy.
Ouch, that duck must be a wash duck. You too, huh?
Oh, wait a minute. I know what we'll do. Let's have Jimmy sing a song, and that'll soothe George's nerves.
Hey, you know that's a great idea, Gracie. George, come on down. Jimmy Cash is here. He's going to sing a song.
Well, maybe I was acting like a kid. Go ahead, Jimmy, sing.
While I'm smoking my last cigarette, sing that cowboy song I never will forget. Yippee-ki-yay!
Yippee-ki-yay!
Now, what's the matter with them? Go ahead, Jimmy.
The sun's almost set, and I'm smoking my last cigarette. Come on, old paint, this time we're traveling alone. Gonna meet her where the good green pastures are grown. Oh, twilight and purple hills fade. From a campfire comes a cowboy serenade. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm smoking my last cigarette. Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yay,
Now, look here, Jimmy Cash. If you think that was a smart thing to do...
Bye.
It's a good thing he's gone. Where's Gracie?
Well, she went to her room.
See, I brought this whole thing on myself. She's probably in there crying her eyes out. Somebody ought to punch me in the nose. Wait a minute, fellas. It's only an expression. See, I didn't mean to hurt Gracie's feelings. Hey, Bill, that's probably that guy.
Well, don't worry, George. Leave it to me.
Well, just brush him off.
Yeah. Hello? You're right, George. It's the rainy afternoon.
Well, brush him off.
Okay, don't worry. Yes? No, they're not home.
Attaboy, Bill.
How do I know when they're coming back? Maybe never.
Attaboy, Bill.
No, I'm not her ugly husband.
Well, hang up on him, Bill. Hang up.
I tell you I'm not. I'm Bill Goodwin.
Well, just hang up on him, Bill.
Oh, well, you recognize my voice, huh? Well, thanks. Sure. Oh, honest, it really is 8 ways better than old-style floating soap. Yeah, sure is. Swan is the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s. Swan, S-W-A-N, Swan.
Bill, the brush. Give him the brush.
Uh-huh. Swan smells so fresh and clean, and it's so pure and gentle. Why, do you know it's as mild as the finest imported Castile soap? Oh, sure, it's perfect for bathing the baby.
Oh,
Yes, you see, well, each bar of Swan is really twins. You just break it in two and use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and half in the bathroom for your tub or shower.
The brush, Bill. Give him the brush. Just brush him off. Brush him off, Bill. Just brush him
Quiet,
off.
George. I can't hear him.
Give him the brush.
Quiet. What? Oh, Swan comes in that cool-looking green wrapper with a white swan on the front. I tell you what, look, old man, if you're not doing anything right now, come on over and I'll tell you more about it. Yeah. So long, pal.
Well, didn't I tell you I didn't want that fellow in the house? When that Keith Fowler gets here, I'll break him in two.
Yeah, use half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom.
All I'll be listening now is to quarterbacks and fullbacks and broad jumping and hurdling.
Pardon me, Senor Burns. I came to get the dishes. George, you want to do something that'll take the wind out of that Fowler sails?
Yes.
All you've got to do is, when he gets here, is to tear a telephone book in half.
But, Paul, I can't tear a telephone book in half.
How about one from Glendale?
Oh, stop being funny.
Perdóname, Senor Burns. If you want to get strong quick, here's a wonderful exercise I read about.
I'm not interested.
It is easy. Look, first I stand perfectly straight. Now, I lift my left leg out in front of me like this. Now I bring my right leg up beside it like this. Ow! Now that I think of it, that was an arm exercise.
Well, crawl back into the kitchen.
Hey, George, listen, Paul may have a pretty good idea with that telephone book. You see, get a razor blade and cut all the pages down the center except the cover.
Yeah, and that Fowler will think I can really tear it in half.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go get a phone book.
Well, good, but don't let him see you.
When he comes, I'll get right behind this curtain.
Okay. As much as I'll enjoy showing off in front of this guy, I still feel like a heel with Gracie up in her room, broken-hearted, crying her little heart out.
Well, how do I look in my new dress?
What's the idea of getting all dressed up?
Oh, am I? Oh, I didn't notice it.
Not much.
Well, I just happened to put my hand in my closet, and this little old thing kind of stuck to my fingers.
Gracie, what happened on that rainy afternoon?
Well, I'll tell you what happened on that rainy afternoon if you promise not to ask me what happened on the day it snowed.
Gee, maybe I'd rather hear what happened on the day it snowed.
Well, I'll tell you if you don't ask me what happened on the day it rained.
Well, all right. What happened on the day it snowed?
The same thing that happened on the day it rained, except I had my galoshes on.
Well, this is great.
How's the weather, George?
Foggy, 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 foggy.
Say, here comes someone up the walk.
Say,
Brother,
Paul.
what a pair of shoulders.
Really? Paul, are you finished cutting that phone book?
Not yet, George. I'm only up to the Clancy's.
Oh, well, hurry up.
Keith Fowler.
Well, Gracie Allen. You're a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, Keith, so are you. After all these years. Well, it's certainly a pleasure to see you. This is Bill Goodwin.
Oh, yes. We had a word or two on the phone. Yes, we did.
And that's Mr. Whiteman behind the curtain.
Hello.
And this is my husband, George Burns.
How do you do?
How do you do?
By the way, Miss Burns, what business are you in?
The radio business.
Well, I'm glad to know that. If any of my friends ever need their radio repaired, I'll certainly recommend you.
Thanks.
Well, Keith, seeing you certainly brings back old times. Remember Mrs. Mumble?
Will you ever forget how I used to carry your encyclopedias back and forth to school for you, and I'd sing Yippee-Ki-Yay over the top of them?
Oh, yes. Remember Mrs. Mumble?
Encyclopedias?
Oh, I kept my lunch in them. Remember Mrs. Mumble?
You kept your lunch in them?
Yeah, butter under B, cheese under Ch, jelly under J, and pie under K. Remember Mrs. Mumble?
Pie under K?
I was crazy about custard pie. Remember Mrs. Mumble?
Look, tell her about Mrs. Mumble.
I don't remember Mrs. Mumble. Who was she?
Why, Keith. She's the man who owned the corner drugstore's girlfriend.
Oh, sure.
Oh, fine.
Oh, Keith, I noticed you're still wearing all those medals you won.
Well, not all. I've still got a drawer full at home.
Stop being so modest.
Mr. Burns, I don't think you know anything about athletics, but I was really an amazing athlete. As a matter of fact, I broke the world record for a 100-yard dash in 9 4/5.
Well, who held the record before that?
I did. Of course, Mr. Fowler, you know that the record now is 9 2/5. Oh, you mean the one I ran in Omaha?
Well, I don't know much about running, but would you like to see me tear a telephone book?
George, not yet. I'm only up to the Smiths.
Well, I'll do it a little later.
Remember, Gracie, when you got that glamour girl complex and you tried to vamp all the boys?
Oh, yes. And remember the day I came to school with a rose in my teeth?
You look pretty silly.
Well, I guess I should have taken the rose off the bush.
Well, it's been a lot of fun seeing you, Gracie, but I really got to run along.
Look, say, Fowler, before you go, would you like to see me tear a telephone book?
Not yet, George. I'm still with the Smiths.
The Smiths. Well, forget it, Paul.
Well, goodbye, Keith, and you certainly must come again.
I will.
Say, Fowler, look, before you go, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you. Man to man, what happened on that rainy afternoon?
Gracie, remember that.
I'll never forget it.
Well, goodbye.
Quiet. What happened on that rainy afternoon?
Oh, tell him, Gracie. You told me.
Well, we came to a big puddle of water. Keith took off his shoes, and I carried him across piggyback.
Now, what's so funny about that?
Well, his toes tickled my ribs.
Well, I acted like a big dope, and I really owe you an apology.
Oh, that's all right, Keith. Forget it.
Keith! Gracie, never speak to me again.